Good morning. I realizing these morning streams are going to be a little tougher to my full energy. You're with me at the end of the last stream. You were here 12 hours ago. In that time, I've gone out, sang karaoke, listened to three lovely ladies of true crime discuss the Sarah Boone case in detail. Joined back and forth between all three chats just to make sure I was able to enjoy everyone's company. Nika had a huge chat. Nika, Suma, classified crime, all breaking it down for us into the wee hours of the evening. And here we are in the wee hours of the morning, ready for more true crime content. 2.5 minutes left to my slideshow. My mic appears to be on, so it's good for broadcasting. Kitten Pusher and Beth of a Salesman, they're here. Despite the fact I didn't set up this live till 5 minutes ago, you guys found your way here. I must have internal alarms on your phone. Straight A students, not letting it be an excuse that the teacher didn't assign a time for the next class. They knew when to be here. Right, I'll log in on my phone. Still 2 minutes to go. The Kim Toast testimony was a little tough. It got a little in the weeds. Today it should be a little bit more fast-paced. There's 6 witnesses over the 3 hours of testimony we have scheduled, so that should keep it moving anyway. I don't think anyone will be testifying long enough to wear out their welcome. ND True Crime, your videos. Day 5 trial rewatch. Okay, audio is good. Audio is now off. Ocean sounds made the crew. I think I hear the ocean in my headset. It's something going on in my head after last night. I do have a little bit of medical beverages. Or my medical snacks, so you'll see when I turn the camera on, but there's just enough ice cream or sorbet left in the container for me to take the whole thing instead of using a bowl. I love it when there's that perfect amount. It's probably a little bit more than I would have taken in the bowl, but that is breakfast. All right, we're 22 seconds away from a scene change. And we're going to get into it pretty quick this morning. We're not going to fuck around too much. People who are joining late can always join on catch-up. Oh, those mitigating factors. Grandparents died before Sarah turned 50. Plus, her crimes were not intentional nor malicious. Right. Oh, the timer's done, so I didn't quite time the timer to the slideshow perfectly. Oh, well. You've seen the slideshow. Hi. Here I am. I'm here. For fashion today, it's the all Canada look. I'm wearing the Canada PJs with a oversized Canada hoodie that is generous in both size and in, well, it's a holey sweater with nothing to do with the cloth. Well, I guess it does have to do with the holes in the cloth, but that's what makes it a holey sweater. So I've got my Holy Sunday sweater with my Canada pants. I've got coffee. Got this Chapman sorbet. This is pina colada ice cream. Well, not sorbet, not ice cream. Gluten-free, peanut-free, egg-free, fat-free, lactose-free, cholesterol-free. Basically health food. So, eating that to get healthy later. Got Lola in the house, keeping me on track, keeping me from getting out of sorts. Lola, do you want to do a quick hello for the morning? No, it's too early for you. Yeah. Hasn't had a chance to put on her face yet. No, we'll show Lola later. Let's open up the watch screen. I think we're starting immediately with testimony. Looks like we're getting testimony from Diane Downs here, but I don't think that's the case. Let's press play, and we'll add facts later. How did everyone enjoy those streams from the Tunica, Suma, and Classified Crime crew? If you were up late last night, if you were up 12 hours ago watching YouTube, that's probably what you were watching. Let me know what you thought in the comments. This will begin today's show.
Were you hired by Dan Broderick at some point to essentially manage his house and help with the children?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when it was that you were hired by Mr. Broderick?
Summer of 1987.
And
So this is a housekeeper / nanny?
for about how long did you work for him?
I believe I worked for him full-time for around 6 months, and then on part-time on until his death.
Can you hear? Maybe speak up just a little bit if you can.
All right, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Are you a little bit nervous
I'm
about this?
extremely nervous.
Okay.
Are you a little bit nervous? Yeah. Sarah, like, that was such a scripted moment. So I'm going to ask you if you're a little bit nervous, and then you can say yeah, and that'll endear you to the jury.
Can you describe for us, you indicated that you were first hired on a full-time basis. Can you describe for us what your duties were?
I did the grocery shopping. I did the evening cooking, the laundry, kept the house organized and clean, and took care of the children when they came home from school until their father came home in the evening.
And we're all for the...
Not to be judgy, but she has the look now, if we figure that this is 2 to 3 years after the incident, she has the look of the type of babysitter that a husband would hire as a babysitter that might piss the wife off.
Broderick children living there with Mr. Broderick at the time that you were working there?
Yes.
And when you say you worked full-time, what hours were you working?
During the summertime, the hours were from 10 to 6, and it was Monday through Friday. And during school, it was noon to 8, Monday through Friday.
Did you ever work?
Okay, full credit to her. Disparaged her appearance of being a bit of a hussy, but that's a hard worker if you're doing 8 hours a day plus school. Almost like doing a full-time job in a YouTube channel. It's
On weekends occasionally?
If Dan were out of town, had business or vacation, and the boys weren't with Mrs. Broderick, then I would come and stay with them.
Oh, I'm probably
And
still small
you
screen,
indicated
right?
that
Fuck.
You stopped working
No.
full-time after a period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who it was that took over as Mr. Broderick's housekeeper?
It was my mother.
Okay. And you continued to work occasionally or periodically for Mr. Broderick to take care of the kids?
Yes.
About how often would that happen?
It happened whenever my mother needed a day off or was ill, whenever Dan was going to be out of town on business or vacation, anything like that.
Hold on. Am I just that slow? Is this his other daughter? He keeps saying my mother, and gotta catch up. What? You know what? We're only 2 minutes in. There's a couple of us here. I don't know if you're as out of sorts as I am. I'm going right back to the beginning. Who is she? She doesn't get identified as soon as she gets up here, but I'm gonna listen more carefully. Sorry for the repeat. We'll get going faster.
You hired by
So
Dan Broderick at some point to essentially manage his house and help with the children.
Hired by Dan Broderick.
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when it was that you were hired by Mr. Broderick?
Summer of 1987.
And for about how long did you work for him?
I believe I worked for him full-time for around 6 months, and then on part-time on until his death.
Can you hear? Maybe speak up just a little bit if you can.
All right, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Are you a little bit nervous
I'm
about this?
extremely nervous.
Okay. Can you describe for us, you indicated that you were first hired on a full-time basis. Can you describe for us what your duties were?
I did the grocery shopping. I did the evening cooking, the laundry, kept the house organized and clean, and took care of the children when they came home from school until their father came home in the evening.
And were all four of the Broderick children living there with Mr. Broderick at the time that you were working there?
Yes.
And
Mr. Broderick,
when you say you worked full-time, what hours were you working?
During the summertime, the hours were from 10 to 6, and it was Monday through Friday. And during school, it was noon to 8, Monday through Friday.
Did you ever work on weekends occasionally?
If Dan were out of town, had business or vacation, and the boys weren't with Mrs. Broderick, then I would come and stay with them.
And you indicated that after you stopped working full-time after a period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who it was that took over as Mr. Broderick's housekeeper?
It was my mother.
Okay.
Oh,
And you continued to work occasionally or periodically for Mr. Broderick to take care of the kids?
Yes.
About how often would that happen?
It happened whenever my mother needed a day off or was ill, whenever Dan was going to be out of town on business or vacation. Anything like that, I would substitute.
For example, when Dan and Linda went on their honeymoon, did you babysit during that period of
Yes,
time?
I did.
And do you recall when the last time was prior to Dan and Linda's death?
The last time I stayed was in October. I believe that Dan and Linda had gone to the Notre Dame game back east.
So that was a couple of weeks before they were killed. Is that correct?
Yes.
While you were working for Mr. Broderick and there at the house, I take it that you got to know the kids fairly well.
Yes.
Did you also get to know the defendant in this case, Elizabeth Broderick?
I got to know her.
Can you describe, for example, how well you got to know her, how often you talked to her?
I don't think of us as friends, but she was very friendly to me, and I was very friendly and polite to her. She called a lot to talk to her kids, and if they weren't there and I answered the phone, we would talk. And whenever she picked up or dropped off the children, we would communicate.
You indicate.
okay. From what I gathered, and it's still not totally clear, but there's a section called housekeeper testimony, witnesses who testified to threats made by Betty regarding her ex-husband. So there may be a series of housekeepers we're going to get today. There's definitely 6 witnesses, and they aren't important enough to be mentioned when I ask AI, what were all the witnesses? They're like, well, here's a selection of the witnesses. There's no comprehensive list. So maybe I'll have to make one.
That she was very friendly with you. Was there a change in her treatment of you at all, or was that throughout?
For the majority of our relationship, we were very amicable toward each other.
But then that kind of speaks to the narcissism too. So if they didn't have much of a relationship, and Betty is very outgoing, kind of energetic, when it's a surface relationship, it's very easy to probably maintain a happy relationship with the housekeepers until, the mask falls, and then all of a sudden, well, there's no point in keeping up pretenses anymore with this little hussy.
When you would have conversations with Mrs. Broderick, did she ever talk to you about her feelings about Dan and Linda?
Yes.
Can you describe, would that be occasionally, often, all the time?
Most of the time.
Would those conversations, would they be something that you had generated, or something that?
No, it was a subject that she would bring up.
Okay. And was it a subject that you?
My first celebrity doppelganger for her, I'm thinking she looks like a young version of Amanda Burse from Married with Children. I'll look her up while this is playing.
Particularly wanted to talk about?
No.
If you attempted to not talk about it, was it difficult to change the subject?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe the nature of her interest in Dan and Linda, or in talking about them to you?
She had a lot of hate for her former husband, and mostly that's what she would talk about. how much she hated him, things that had gone on between them in the past, things that were going on between them in the present, that type of thing.
It's not a perfect match.
When you indicate that she had a lot of hate for Mr. Broderick, how did you know that? What would she say?
That's what she said.
That's what she said.
A lot of hatred for him, a lot of name calling, a lot of threats.
Okay.
Fairly aggressive or violent language.
When she would express her opinions about Mr. Broderick, did she also talk about her feelings for Linda Broderick?
Not as often, but sometimes.
And what would she say about Linda?
Same thing, how much she hated her, how much she disliked her and resented her.
Did she ever use particular words to describe Linda?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those were?
She referred to her regularly as the cunt or the office cunt or the bitch.
That's her name.
And how about Dan?
She called Dan bastard,
Fuckhead.
fucker.
Fuckhead.
Those are the two most common, I would say.
Now, was it when she talked about Dan and Linda, was it easy to get her onto other subjects?
No.
Okay. When she would talk about them, was it always as you described, with respect to her hate for them? Did she ever say nice things about them, for example?
No, never.
And how did it make you feel to be part of these conversations?
Sustained.
Well, did you ever let Mrs. Broderick know how you felt or whether or not you wanted to engage in talking about Dan and Linda?
I didn't want to say anything that would make her more upset or angry. And I also didn't want to say anything that would cause her to be upset or mad at me. I tried to just let the conversation run its course and then end the conversation and hang up.
Now, you indicated that in these conversations that she would make threats.
Mm-hmm.
Julia Roberts is
Can you elaborate a little
Tinkerbell.
bit on that? What kind of threats?
I'd have to think for a minute. She did refer regularly to the idea of killing Dan. Sometimes I thought it was metaphorically, other times it sounded more literal.
Retroactively, it sounded more literal.
When you say she would refer to the idea of killing Dan, what would she say?
She was going to kill him.
Okay. So she would make that direct statement.
Yes.
This is the same day of testimony as we watched when we closed yesterday, because the prosecutor still in her lovely Lady Di, the stenographer in a royal purple with beige pantsuit, or beige pants, two-piece outfit. Fan directly in front of her. Looks like the podium has been moved. It's not even a true podium. I guess it is, but looks like it could double as a shelf.
Was that uncommon or?
No, it was common.
Okay. When she talked about wanting to kill him, how would you describe?
Is this the jury here? They're not afraid to show that one guy's knee, if that's the case. That's the only part of the courtroom we really haven't seen on camera.
Describe her demeanor. How did she seem?
Usually it was if she was particularly upset about something that had been going on between them, either in court or involving money or the kids, and she would basically explain the situation in a very animated way and say, I can't take much more of this. I'm just going to kill him. And it would be in that context.
Would it be in the context of being angry, or was she depressed, like I can't?
No, it was always very, very aggressive, very angry, very upset, very animated.
A great point. Kitten Pusher says, when sentenced, I wonder if the judge will name foul language as an aggravating factor. Sheesh. The kind of interesting thing is there is an aggravating factor, and it's the illegal use of a firearm in commission of an offense. So she got an extra 2 years on each murder for the illegal use of a firearm provision. But, obviously using it to kill someone's illegal. It's probably not going to, oh, hey, buddy, there's that new provision California put in where there's an extra 2 years for using the gun illegally. Oh, thanks. All right, I'm just going to beat you with this pipe.
Oh, did strike that. Let me ask you what you indicated. Some of the things that she was appeared to be upset about. What was her? Did she have a major complaint as far as you were concerned?
Betty Broderick, you've been sentenced to life with parole in prison with the aggravating factor of 4,832 bad words, which will be served at 2 days per word.
The major complaint was financial, I would say.
Money?
Yes.
And how would she describe her financial situation?
She oftentimes told me that she was, financially in trouble or didn't have enough money to make ends meet. And
now, this is before Betty got the $16,000 a month that she ended up being awarded. This is in that midpoint. The divorce is in play, but it hasn't been finalized until 1987. Is that right? Or they... I got to do more research before I wake up.
Dan was living a lavish lifestyle.
Did she ever complain about being broke?
Yes.
Yeah, Betty complains about being broke.
Did she ever, just
quite
from
a bit
what you observed,
for a well-off
did she
person
appear to be broke or without money or finances?
Not that I would know.
When you have money, you might feel broke, but when you're talking to somebody who has less money than you, there's never going to be any sympathy for your tale of woe, because someone who's truly making ends meet, like going to school and working full-time as a housekeeper, she probably knows the definition of broke better than Betty had since she was, 12 years old and waiting for her allowance. $16K is huge, Michael, but I think that's something every time we need to talk about it a little bit just to put it in perspective, because it's not like it was just 16 grand, like, wow, Betty won the lottery and she's still a bitch. It was 16 grand at a point where she'd spent 16 years working hard for the family to get him through med school and law school. And it was the very beginning of him starting to make good money when he left for Linda. Well, started the affair with Linda first and then eventually remarried with the person that he had the affair and broke up the marriage. So the judgment is really, for someone in Betty's case that didn't do anything to spur the affair 100% is the husband's fault. She, in the law, should be entitled to living by the same means as she did in the marriage. So if they, if he's making $2 million a year, which is crazy for the time, but he very well might have because of his combination malpractice, medical degree, lawyer degree, specialty. Just because $2,000 a month is a lot for most of us at that time doesn't mean she should have to take a step down in station because he screwed around. It's basically he has to pay it. So as much as we may look at that and go, fuck, I'd like to have 16 grand a month now, it's true. But if you were, a Kardashian, would you be happy with getting 16,000 a month on your way out? And probably not, even though it's a significant amount. But then everyone you complain to, like this girl that's working full time, would go, oh yeah, it's got to be really rough getting by on your 16 grand this month, eh?
In any of these conversations, when she was angry or talking about killing Dan or Linda, did you ever talk to her about moving on with her life?
Only one time that I remember. As I said, for the most part, I liked Mrs. Broderick. I did. I thought she was very witty and very intelligent, and she could be very nice. And one time when she seemed particularly upset about something, I did ask her, didn't she think it was possible that she would fall in love again and go on?
Call me out on that kind of stuff. Am I doing that? Is that an often? Do I often pronounce the T in often? I know I oft do that, so I would probably often do that too.
On to be happy.
And what was her response to that?
Her response to that was that she wasn't really in love with Dan, that it was her relationship with him was based on their similar family backgrounds, the fact that he would be successful and be a good provider, and they had very similar goals in their life. She described it more like a partnership.
Did she indicate whether or not she had ever been in love with Dan Broderick?
She didn't indicate that she had ever been.
Did she indicate she never had been?
Yes.
And did she tell you why she had married him?
She didn't go into it a lot, but just the things I
Morning,
just said.
LCB.
That she felt he would be successful. They had a lot of similar goals. Their families were the same. And they had, that was basically it.
Did she ever talk about how she had helped make him what he was?
No objection.
Sustained.
But
Did
she
she ever
did.
talk about anything with respect to her contribution to him as a success?
Yes.
What
She
would she
said
say?
that she had basically taught Dan how to dress in a more professional way and had decorated his office and had joined the appropriate ladies' clubs and helped him become the person that he was at
Excuse
the
me.
present time.
How did she talk about that? I mean, you're talking
So I
about
imagine that Betty was a bit more of a socialite, understood the social graces of the well-heeled community, and basically told him, you dumb fuck, if you want to get somewhere in life, you need to join these clubs. You need to be a member of, the Toastmasters or the Rotary or whatever it is. I've never joined any of those clubs myself, but I could see her pushing him to make these professional connections and, kind of almost treating him like a child, like, oh, you're so urbane, you have no idea how high society works. So I bet she takes a lot of credit for putting him in the position to become the man he was.
kind of calmly. Did she talk about it bitterly?
No,
or-
she was very bitter about it.
Okay. Did she ever express to you something like emotional loss as far as the relationship was concerned?
She never talked about like being lonely or missing Dan as a partner or a companion. It was always in terms of the losing the lifestyle or the money or the events that Dan had attended and the prestige that he had gained as an attorney. It was a material loss, always.
Now, you indicated that she used some language when she would talk about Dan and Linda. Did you ever hear her use that language in front of the children?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever talk to her about not doing that?
Yes, I did.
And what was her response?
She basically never responded a lot to the things I, said or requested, but I knew that her language was a big barrier between her and Dan.
Speculation.
Sustained.
Did you make requests? Did you ask if she would stop using that kind of language around the kids?
Yes.
Stop
so
saying
they
the
could
bad
continue to
words.
see her.
And did she ever do that? Did she stop using that kind of language?
No, she didn't.
Would you hear the boys having phone conversations with their mother?
Sometimes
Were any of those conversations upsetting to the boys?
Yes, they were.
Did you ever stop any of those conversations for that reason?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what would you do?
I would tell them that they had to hang up right then.
Why would you do that?
If I heard Rhett or Danny saying to the
objection calls for hearsay.
Foundational rule, go ahead.
If I heard Rhett and Danny, if they sounded like they were getting upset or they asked their mother not to use that kind of language or talk that way, I would ask them, what is she saying? They would tell me, and that would be the end of the conversation.
So she made them say cunt sucker? What is your mom saying? She called Linda a cunt sucker. Okay, conversation's over. You can't make the kids tell you what she said. The C word again.
Do you recall ever overhearing a specific conversation between Rhett and his mother in relation to Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Can you describe what Elizabeth Broderick was saying to Rhett about Thanksgiving?
Rhett was on one phone in the house. I was on another. I picked up the phone to make a call. I didn't realize he was speaking to her. They were talking about Thanksgiving. And the boys, or all the children maybe, were going to be spending Thanksgiving with.
This is interesting too, because this is the second time now that somebody, without being asked, has kind of explained why they happened to pick up the other end of the line, which is probably speaking to Betty's suspicions that they were constantly playing games and, you know, somebody listening on the other end and recording her when she said her worst stuff. So we'll keep an eye on this. If this becomes a theme. Do something about my S's.
Mr. Broderick that year, and Mrs. Broderick was instructing Rhett to spit out the food and to gag on it and choke and say that it was disgusting and awful and he didn't want to eat it.
She was directing him to do that in relation to Thanksgiving dinner?
Yes.
And was that in relation to Linda at all, that Linda was cooking?
Linda was cooking dinner at the house that year.
And what was Rhett's response to that?
At first he was very resistant and upset, and he was afraid, obviously, that he would get in trouble. But as the conversation continued on a bit, he sort of halfway agreed that he would do it.
So manipulative.
Did you ever hear the boys?
All the grace that I want to give Betty, it's so easy to evaporate when you hear about the little games that she played with her kids, whether the testimony's 100% accurate or not. You can just picture a child being caught up in the games and like, oh, when that cunt sucker makes her turkey, you act like there's a raw bit. You choke on it like there's bones. You do this. Terrible games for the children to have to play.
Call Linda vulgar names?
They referred to her in vulgar terms when I first came to work there.
What did you say anything about that to them?
No objections are relevant.
Sustained.
Did they ever say to you why they were doing that?
No objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you ever overhear them making the statement about why they felt they could call into those names?
Objection, hearsay, no.
Sustained.
Now I remember being that age, I would have used any excuse to say bad words just because I was allowed to.
Did you ever hear the defendant encouraging the boys to run away?
One time I know they ran away. I didn't hear her encourage them to do that. I was told she encouraged them to do that.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained. Extra stricken.
Was there an incident where she came to the house and dropped off Rhett and Danny wasn't there and Rhett was upset?
Rhett was very upset.
Can you describe what?
Kitten Pusher brings up a great idea, and, you know, not like these days are short, but we can always add a little bit more content in. Kitten Pusher says, I would love your reading of the transcripts from Trial 1. I wonder how much of the testimony and narrative shifted or not to go from hung jury to guilty. So that could be interesting. What I might do is start looking at, I've got a couple night shifts now where I can kind of decompress at work. Maybe I'll look up transcripts from the first trial, see if I can find any compare and contrast, and at the very worst, maybe even just throw an on-screen, representation of the transcript that we can follow along during the questioning. Something like that. Good point, Kitten Pusher. Let's see how these compare.
Brett was very upset. Danny was
Thank you,
not
Barry.
being dropped off as he should have been.
Welcome, Barry Adams, to the chat.
I asked him why he was crying, why he was upset.
Your Honor, objection, it's hearsay.
I would offer this as a spontaneous declaration, Your Honor.
Overruled, go ahead.
Spontaneous declaration, like Sarah with the, I wasn't feeling well. I might have been a little drunk. I wasn't asking her that, Your Honor. She just said it. I understand that. We're not going there.
Brett said that their mother had told them to run away so she didn't have to return them home, and Danny did it, and Rhett was afraid to do it. So he was brought back, and Danny was missing.
At this time, was Rhett crying?
Yes.
And did you hear anything that his mother was saying to him as she dropped him off?
She was yelling at him from the car window. I did hear her say, she said, I honestly don't remember exactly what she said. I caught the word bastard, and I believed that she was referring to Dan, but she wasn't. She was referring to Rhett.
Your Honor, objection. Motion to strike.
Very worst, Kitten Pusher. It's too much work, and I do feel a little overwhelmed right now. It's I just find Betty so overwhelming. It's very possible that maybe at the end of the trial I could do a retrospective where I look back at the testimony and then compare that to the days that we already have in the bank, and do that as a little bit of revisiting the case too. So there's a few options. Don't feel bad. I love a suggestion, because there are bleak days. There are days where I'm like, I have no idea what I'm going to produce. Fuck, I've set a daily schedule and now I have nothing. Fuck. So thank you. I always appreciate the ideas.
False speculation.
What makes you
You need
believe?
to answer straight.
What makes you believe she was referring to Rhett?
Rhett told me she was referring to
Your Honor, objection, hearsay.
Hearsay.
May we be heard at sidebar about this?
Sidebar.
If you're winning the objection, nothing to be heard on.
Your Honor, the district attorney is trying to get material.
I do like how the judge is so matter of fact. When he says no, he's like, well, you could approach, but it's not going to do you any good because already ruled. 1937. Let's go back a little bit for the complaint.
The district attorney is trying to get material, but she knows she can't get in front of the jury.
I disagree with that, Your Honor.
Just go ahead, ask another question.
In your conversations,
Barry Adams had some good context for us. From what I read at trial 1, the state didn't push back hard enough on the good wife of the defense, so they re-strategized their case in chief. That makes sense too. They may have been taking the opinion, kind of like in the Sarah trial. If you remember how the case was first presented, none of the evidence about Sarah being a psychotic cunt was produced by the state. They just produced the evidence. Man was in a suitcase. Woman was in the living room. Woman recorded man in suitcase. Woman taunted man in suitcase. Woman went upstairs. Man in suitcase died. She's guilty of second-degree murder. State rests. And it wasn't until James Owens brought up, oh, well, maybe George was a bad guy. Maybe George stabbed her in the back of the leg, that it opened everything in the rebuttal case. And then that's when all of the, she's not a good person, Your Honor, evidence came in. Anyway, if we learn that from the first trial that went to a hung jury for Betty, very well the state may have felt like it was more important to get some of that information into their case rather than leaving it for a rebuttal case or not mentioning it at all.
with Elizabeth Broderick, did she ever express interest in Dan and Linda's lives and what they were doing?
sometimes.
What sorts of things did she want to know?
She wanted to know where they were going, what they were doing, if they were, what restaurants they would be going to, things like that.
Okay. And would she ask you these questions?
Sometimes.
Okay. Did you feel comfortable giving that information?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Was there a period of time you recall where she seemed to get even more inquisitive about what was going on with them?
After they got married, she seemed to be a little more inquisitive when I was there.
About the things that they were doing?
Just events that were going on in their life, what they did, where they went, things like that.
Were the conversations that you had with her when she was expressing her hate or expressing her desire to kill someone, were these conversations that you have with a lot of other people, or were they unique?
They were unique.
Okay. Have you ever had an experience with someone else like this?
No objection, irrelevant.
Overruled, you can answer that, just yes or no.
No.
Were you aware of any instances when the defendant came into Dan and Linda's home when she wasn't supposed to be there?
Yes.
Can you describe any of those?
One event in particular was Dan and Linda had left to go on their honeymoon, and Mrs. Broderick, came by the house. I don't remember at this time why she was coming by, but she did come by. I was upstairs. Linda's wedding dress was in the living room, and there was an envelope on top of it. It was addressed to a friend of Linda's. And after Mrs. Broderick left, I realized that the envelope had been ripped open, the contents had been dumped out, and the letter had been read.
Okay. And this was on top of Linda's wedding dress?
Yeah, I believe so.
Did you ever do anything or say anything to her about that?
That time I called her. I wanted to talk to her about coming in the house when she wasn't supposed to, and she wasn't home. And I left her a message on her answering machine in regard to entering the house when she wasn't supposed to.
Was there a time before the wedding where you were aware of where the wedding list was in the house?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe, was this a wedding list that Dan and Linda had put together for their guests?
Yes, it was.
And where was it in the house?
On
No
Dan.
objection, this is hearsay and speculation.
Overruled, do you know where it was in the house?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
It was on the desk of Dan's office.
You saw it there yourself?
Yes, I did.
And was that the day that the wedding list disappeared?
Yes.
Okay. When was Elizabeth Broderick over at the house that day?
She came to pick up her sons.
Okay. And did she leave the house?
Yes.
Okay. And the last time you saw the wedding list, it was on the desk in Dan's office?
Yes, it was.
Were there times that you were aware of when the defendant would not follow through with her plans with the boys?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
Sometimes when she was supposed to have them for the weekend, she wouldn't come pick them up at the last minute. That was the main thing that occurred.
Did you ever hear her explaining to the boys why she couldn't have them, whose fault it was?
She said she didn't have money to buy groceries to feed them.
Okay.
Kitten Pusher
And did
asks
she
a good question in chat. Have you ever had an encounter with anyone like this? Judge allowed answer. That was prejudicial and irrelevant question, in my opinion. Yeah, because it can only be a biased answer there. You're not going to, have you ever met anyone like this? No, I met people who were, a little worse. Yeah, very leading. Good call.
Whose fault it was that she didn't have money?
She
Not
blamed
leading,
it on
but-
Dan.
By the way,
The defendant is a real piece of work. Would you agree? Yeah, that's the type of question that is. Good call, Kittenbusher.
you were when the kids would come home from school, you were there working. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you would stay until
After dinner.
Okay.
7:30 or 8 o'clock.
Would you be there during the dinner hour?
Yes.
Okay. Would you eat dinner with the family as well, or they would sit and eat dinner?
No, I didn't eat dinner with the family. I was invited to, but I didn't want to. Usually they were in the dining room and I was in the kitchen. I was finishing up things I had to do before I went home.
Did they generally eat as a...
Now, remember Barry Adams, the 16 grand didn't come in until the divorce was finalized. So there was a long time where the money was wrapped up and could get paid out, but Dan was just giving her what he felt like she was owed, and he was deducting money for her swear words. And if we've listened to her recordings, she went into the negative on some months by Dan's accounting, which is crazy. Could you imagine Sarah having access to the accounting on alimony? Well, this month you didn't answer the phone 3 times, so I tripled it. Yes, this is pretty wild stuff happening. Like, as much as we can shit on, 16 grand a month would have had me doing cartwheels down the street. She didn't have that from day one. It's not like they split up and boom, she's got 16 grand in her pocket. She fought and fought and fought and ended up with 16 grand a month plus 2 months of alimony as her half of all of their possessions.
As a family, would Mr. Broderick come home?
Almost every night.
Okay. But
agree.
Did you, in all the time...
This gets to the main point that I've been bringing up a few times here, Barry Adams, is just that when you make money the center of your life, you're never going to be satisfied. You're always going to be wanting more, and you're going to be put in a position where you allow something so at least secondary. I understand that money's needed to get some of the necessities of life, so I'm not going to try and pretend that it's some sort of utopia and we can all just get what we want by wishing for it. But when money itself is your prime, it's one thing to have shelter and food as your prime motivators and money to get it as a secondary. But if money becomes your prime, you're going to make bad decisions. And this is a perfect example. If Betty had put her children first, had put, living her best life first, there were so many different ways she could have come out of this just smelling like roses. Still, she could be sitting here in the chat with us enjoying Sarah Boone conversation instead of us enjoying her trial.
You were working for Mr. Broderick. Did you ever see Mr. Broderick be physically abusive
Same
to any
here,
of his
Victoria.
kids?
Never.
Did any of his children ever appear to be afraid of Mr. Broderick from what you observed?
No, not at all.
Yeah, Barry, she was making it worse.
Was there ever any lack of food?
She was trying to make it worse
in the house, as far as you
No,
were
there
aware?
wasn't.
Was that part of your responsibility?
Yes, it was.
Did you ever see?
And Beth asked, they didn't change the locks? It suggested they didn't change the locks, but the reality is the night Betty came in, she stole her oldest daughter's keys. So even if they had changed the locks, Betty's daughter would have had the current keys. Like, it's tough to keep an X out when you have that many shared. Anyway, so she didn't, it's not like she used the key from 7 years ago to get in. It was freshly stolen.
Mr. Broderick discipline any of the kids if they got into trouble?
Yes.
And what was his method of discipline?
Verbal.
Well, and Barry, if you're getting a lot of your info from watching these, remember, we're still in the state's case here. So how many days? State's case part 5. Tomorrow will be part 6, and then we move to the defense. So be prepared. Possibly something in the defense testimony could help bring you back to where you were before we've heard all this awful state evidence against Betty. Sunday mornings might be a rough one.
He'd take whoever was in trouble into his office. They generally have a long talk. Sometimes he would take privileges away, like television or videos or going to the arcade after school, something like that.
Sarah's a low bar. Exactly.
Did you see Mr. Broderick spending time with the kids or the boys? When he came home, would he spend time with them?
Yeah, yes, he would. He'd ask them how school was, what they were up to. They had things they wanted to show him or talk to him about. Yeah.
Did, in any of your conversations with Elizabeth Broderick, you indicated that her conversations were aggressive. That was your word. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you mean by aggressive?
She was very hostile. She was very angry. She wasn't afraid or desperate. You know, she was very forthright in her exclamations of her emotions and feelings.
Did she ever express any physical fear of Dan or Linda Broderick?
Never to me, no.
Okay. Did it ever appear to be afraid of them, physically afraid of them?
No.
Did she ever appear to be
Good morning,
intimidated
Victoria.
by people?
Not that I ever saw.
Okay.
I can see Betty as someone who doesn't come off as shy or intimidated, like, oh, I don't want to go over there. Like, no, I'll go right the fuck over. She's the one that's leading the charge.
Do you recall that there was ever any change in tenor of the conversations, or was it consistent for the entire time that you knew her?
It was consistent for the entire time that I knew her.
Did you indicated that you didn't know her? You didn't feel knew her as a friend, for example. Were you on a first name basis? Did you call her Betty, for example, or did you call her Mrs. Broderick?
I called her Betty.
Okay.
And Betty, when you call me, you can call me.
The last time you babysitted, you indicated it was sometime in October when right before the boys went to the Notre Dame game. Is that
right?
Okay. Do you recall having a conversation with Elizabeth Broderick during that time?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you recall about that conversation? What was she talking about?
She said, we talked about some light chit-chat things. Then she said that she was going back to court to try to retain custody of Rhett and Danny, or to court again to try and retain custody of Rhett and Danny.
And did you say anything to her about your understanding?
I told her I thought that all the court stuff had been settled. I mean, I had just heard that. And I said, I thought that was all decided and taken care of.
Okay. With respect to custody, had you talked to Dan or Linda about whether he was giving custody to her?
Not at that time.
Okay. Did she say anything about Dan and Linda or what she wanted to do as far as Dan and Linda were concerned in that conversation?
Well, when I said I thought that the court situation was all settled and behind them, she said that she was sure that Dan and Linda would like her to just go away and leave them alone and let them live in peace. But that wasn't going to happen. And she said that she was going to continue to make Dan miserable and make his life a living hell or kill him.
Okay.
That was the last time I spoke to her.
Now, when she said that, when she said she was going to make his life a living hell or kill him, was that said lightly, seriously? What was your impression of how she said it?
Very seriously.
Okay. Did you do anything about that when she said it? Did you talk to anybody about it?
I talked to my mother about it.
Okay. Did you have some concerns about the manner in which she said that?
Yes, I did.
I have no further questions.
Dr. Salmon?
Mrs. Broderick, when she
Just before the cross starts, Kelly says, I'm going to go back and catch up. And made me think of something while I was sleeping last night as a bit of a message for people who are watching this. This is a 21-day marathon, 4 to 6 hours a day. I'm not expecting anyone to, be here from beginning and end. And, certainly if you want to, I appreciate it. It's awesome. But there's no need to. I want this to be kind of, a 21-day hangout where you guys, hey, the Dan D chat might be going. I can pop in. So feel free to watch it live, catch up on replay. But if you're ever just popping into one of these lives, pop in for the beginning, come back in an hour, see where the chat has gone, and then rewatch these in full with the chat replay running on the side. And, you'll see the points where you actually came back into the chat. If you're listening to these as, I'm going to listen to day 12's testimony. I remember that was really good. A little thrill every time one of your comments is mentioned, and, you're like, hey, I remember that conversation. So treat it that way. Treat it as you just popping in to see who's here. I'll keep giving, kind of updates on what's happened all day, like every half hour to an hour. So even if you've kind of missed out on, the meat and potatoes, the steak and potatoes, I'll still give you the meat and potatoes. So join us live. Try and stay with us if you're here. I would recommend, rather than just going backwards and being behind in the time. If you're close, like we're only 30 minutes in, so maybe if you're going at time and a half, I don't know. That's my public service message for that. Join the chats, enjoy the live as much as you can, and when you're on replay and all of that, that's the time that you can, catch up on the full depth and breadth of the trial. But really, it's about community more than it's about the content. I'm thinking this is a 60-40 split of giving the community just a place that every day, hey, some of my friends might be there. I'm going to go check it out. And after 21 days, I'll take a few days off, and we'll start the Friday Night Rambles again. That's all I have to say about that.
I'll talk to you about Dan, and when she talked to you about her relationship with Dan and Linda, with Dan, before their split up, she talked to you about the arrangement they had, or at least what her understanding was. Is that correct?
Yes.
About being a partnership, working towards things
Awesome,
together,
Barry.
complementing
Perfect.
each other.
Right.
Okay. And
We can be the background. I'll keep mentioning. If I'm mentioning someone's comment, I'll mention who said it. And then if you're listening, you guys know what's going on. If you're watching the live chat replays, you can scroll back a little bit to see, what was the conversation? Why is everyone laughing at another one to say? What was so fucking funny?
you didn't know the history of the two of them, did you?
I didn't know them when they were together. No.
Okay. So you didn't know whether anything had happened to Elizabeth Broderick that would make her feel betrayed by Mr. Broderick or anything else?
Can you reword the question?
Okay. You didn't know of the history of, for instance, whether Mr. Broderick had done anything that made Elizabeth Broderick feel betrayed, did you?
No.
So she didn't know about the affair is what they're getting at here. I wonder if she just thought they broke up and that Linda was just okay, that is kind of interesting.
You didn't know if there was any reason behind her feeling of having some difficulty accepting love with somebody.
Morning,
because
Ocean
of things
Sounds.
that happened to him in the past, did you?
That's a long question, Mr. Early.
Well,
Jody Arias. Victoria Carmen brings up Jody Arias. All my boyfriends are still alive.
have you ever had a friend before who while they were in love with somebody?
I'm going to object to a question like that.
Well, you gave some answers about the way Elizabeth Broderick appeared to feel towards Mr. Broderick, that it was money only.
Objection, Your Honor. She testified as to what the defendant said.
Did the defendant tell you that Mr. Broderick had You had been betraying her for 2 years.
Objection, Your Honor. Since that's not in evidence.
Overruled, match that. Did she ever tell you anything like that?
Did she ever tell me that, please say again?
Did Mrs. Broderick, when she had these conversations with you, tell you that Mr. Broderick had cheated on her and had an affair with Linda Broderick for a number of years?
She never told me that.
And now she would tell you, you would talk to her on a weekly basis,
Pretty regularly,
almost every day?
almost every day.
Okay, and it was almost every day that she would express this anger, is that correct?
Yes, that's true.
In almost every conversation.
Yes.
And it didn't take very long before the conversation turned to her dislike for Dan and Linda.
Sometimes it didn't happen right away.
Okay, but most of the time it did.
A lot of the time it did.
Okay, and even when it didn't, when it didn't happen immediately, it wasn't.
Just a heads up, this first witness testifies for almost an hour, which means it'll be even quicker for the next ones. We've got about 22 minutes left in her testimony.
Very long, was it, before it turned to using bad language and talking about Dan and Linda in terms of how much she disliked them?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember, was there ever a conversation where that didn't come up? Was it pretty much almost every single conversation?
No, there were conversations when it didn't come up.
A few of them.
They weren't the majority by any means.
But this was a woman that you still found that you liked and felt close to somehow.
And I wouldn't say I felt close to her, sir.
But you liked her.
Yes?
You and her had arguments, didn't you?
No.
She never told you that she didn't like someone of your age watching her children, telling her what you could do and not do?
Say again? Someone of my age doing what?
Telling her what she could do with her children and what she couldn't do?
I never told Mrs. Broderick what she could or couldn't do.
Well,
And
did
we never did have an argument of that nature. No.
Did she ever get angry at you and make fun of the way you looked?
Not to my face or to my knowledge.
Okay. You were wearing a ring in your nose at the time you worked there, weren't you?
Oh,
Okay, I didn't work for Dan.
trendsetter. She was wearing a ring in her nose. She's a little like punk girl, California, edge of the trends. Yeah, I don't remember a lot of people. I think is that Septum? I don't know. Anyway, wasn't super common back then. I could totally see Betty making snide comments about it.
At the time, and it was a diamond stud, and I wasn't caring for children.
Okay, diamond stud. That's a little different than the full ring out of the septum. I actually dated a girl in the mid-90s that had the little stud.
When I did that.
There was never any argument about, did you ever do that did you ever wear that in front of Elizabeth Broderick?
I believe she saw it, yes.
Okay. And was that away from the home?
No, it was in the home.
Okay. And the children the reason you were in the home was to care for the children, wasn't it?
On a substitute basis.
Okay. And was there any arguments where she would be upset about either your condition or what she felt was going on in the house?
You need to explain what you mean by my condition.
What condition was your condition
Did you
in?
feel that was there any arguments where she felt you were being inappropriate in the way that you dressed or looked around the children?
Mr. Early, every conversation I had with Mrs. Broderick, if we weren't talking about Dan and Linda, was friendly, polite, and respectful. She never demeaned or degraded or humiliated me to my face about anything, and I never did to her.
Did you know she thought your fishnet stockings were trashy? Did you know that she made jokes about the holes in your shirts?
Did you remember testifying at the last trial that there was a time that you accused her of trying to get you fired?
Objection, that misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
Was there any time that you got angry at Elizabeth Broderick and accused her of trying to get you fired?
That's a two-part question. Can I answer two-part?
Oh, okay. Was there any time you got angry at?
Good for her for calling out the two-part question. Usually you need the lawyers to call that out. Barry Adams keeps trying to force this into a Sarah context where it's plastic cars and plastic vodka bottles. Interesting thing, though, it doesn't seem like alcohol, for all the rage in this story, alcohol doesn't play that big a part. Certainly not alcoholism. There might have been alcohol abuse, but plays a much smaller part in this rage-filled story than you'd think.
Was there any time that you got angry at Elizabeth Broderick in regards to trying to get you fired?
I can't answer it that way. Can I answer it in two parts?
Was there any time where she tried to get you fired?
No.
Now, also, they may have learned from the first trial. So she could be just a really smart cookie. And, in the first trial, the lawyer's objecting, two-part question or witness, blah, blah, blah. So now she's confident. She's definitely got a demeanor, like head held up. She's, not... While she claimed that she was nervous at the beginning of this testimony, she's not coming off as nervous at all. And quite forthright, too. There's nothing not to believe about what she's saying. It doesn't look like... And now I sound like Dr. G here, but no signs of deception here.
Did you ever accuse her of trying to get you fired?
May I elaborate?
Did you, yes or no? Did you ever accuse her of trying to get you fired?
No.
I'll refer to the trial transcript, page 446, Your Honor. I believe this is
A
October.
little sassy.
This may be October 25th. Page 446, line 28 through 2 of the next page, 447.
Show her what it read herself.
Are you want me to start?
Right here. I'll read the question on the next page and the answer.
You're not going to object to any attempted impeachment. This was the same compound question that was asked previously of the witness and the lawyer.
Okay, so this is the defense strategy again with this witness. Ask a bunch of questions and then show the testimony from the first trial and try and rattle them a bit because you can see her look like, hold on, what are you even saying I said wrong? Let's see what it is.
If she had trouble with it, the district attorney can go over that. I asked the question, she answered.
Oh, okay. You're way down here.
Over.
About animosity and battles.
Did you read that question?
Yeah, but I don't think it's the one you're referring to.
You read the question, start line 28, read that question, your answer on line 2.
That wasn't the question you just showed me.
Did you have an opportunity to read that?
Yes, I did.
When you were asked remember being asked the question, was there any time you got angry at Elizabeth Broderick, accused her of trying to get you fired? You answered yes.
Yes, according to that, I did.
Okay, and what is your, and did that ever happen?
I got angry at Elizabeth Broderick. I did not accuse her of trying to get me fired. I don't believe that's what she was trying to do.
And did you get angry at Elizabeth Broderick for anything she did to you?
Can you be specific?
Was there anything that she did to you that made you angry? At all?
Ever, anytime? Or in regard to this specific event?
In regards to when you were working there, is there anything that she did to you specifically?
No, never.
Now, you started there in 1987,
Yes.
and do you remember when you started?
Summertime of 1987.
And do you remember the month at all?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you remember the boys being out of town?
Yes, they were in Colorado.
At the moment, yeah. Certainly. So you would have started working there before they went to Colorado?
No, when I started, they were there. So
Yeah,
summertime.
And it was after they got back from Colorado?
No, I was hired and started taking care of the house while they were gone.
Okay, so it was while they were gone that you were working there?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember that you worked there for about how long?
I know it wasn't a year. It was till the holiday season, right before the holiday season of that same year.
Well, do you remember testifying that it was for about a year?
I said it was approximately a year, and at the time, that's what I thought. I'm mistaken. It wasn't a year.
Okay. So your testimony now is that it was about 6 months.
6 to 8.
6 to 8 months is approximately a year, depending on your context of time. If it spans, over the course of 2 years, it's really easy to think about that amount of time as being a year. Something happened in 1988 in October, and you're talking about March of 1989. It feels like last year it happened, so that's reasonable for her to testify that.
And during you had an interview with the district attorney's office, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to read your interview with the district attorney's office?
Before this case?
Yes.
Reread my testimony?
Well, did you have an opportunity to reread your interview?
Oh, my deposition. Yes.
Okay. And when you first talked to the district attorney, you didn't bring up the incident in October where she said she'll see him dead first, did you?
That she was going to make him miserable or kill him? That? I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember a supplemental interview with the district attorney?
I know we talked more than once.
Okay. Would you look at the interview? Your first interview was December 12th. Is that correct?
I don't know.
It was shortly after the killings. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I may be missing it. If you could just show me here.
I may be missing it, and he can't find it.
If you could review that and see if
He still couldn't find it.
Interview.
How's she going to find what she didn't say? If you could just review this and tell me the part you didn't say. Well, the part I didn't say isn't in here, sir.
You said you didn't say or didn't know. I'll ask her again. Do you know whether it was in that first interview that you mentioned that?
I don't recall. I really don't remember.
This was California. There's no way swearing was against the law in California. Even the motion picture people allow you to have 2 fucks per PG movie. So, no, there couldn't have been a law against swearing. I think one fuck, maybe one fuck per PG movie. One fuck and two shits. I think you can give a fuck and get extra shits too. So if you give a fuck, you get shits. But you'd have a lot of shits in a movie if there was no fuck, from what I remember. But yeah, give a fuck, get some shits. Remember it being a big deal too if you're watching a movie as a teenager and they used up their fuck right at the beginning of the movie. It's like, oh, they're not going to be able to say it again. I keep pausing. She's just reading.
It doesn't appear in
now
here.
she talks.
You remember reading a subsequent interview where that was mentioned? Sometime in June.
Sometime in June.
You could.
Yeah, it's almost like Dan was playing the sovereign citizen. Oh, she's staring right at the camera there. Good pause. Good pause. So a lot of these witnesses are this first time. Well, it's not for the witnesses, but for a lot of people, this is the first time cameras are in a courtroom and recording everything. That's a very defiant, almost the Sarah Boone style. Like, I see you looking at me. What are they going to say about Victoria Carmen brings up that it was the lawyers, according to Dan, and every time she stepped on his property cost money. So she's like a sovereign citizen, like, you know, each time you do this, I'm charging you $500. I charge, you know, $1,000 for my time if you make me step out of the car. Step out of the car. I'll smash your window.
It's nothing. Yeah, I just don't. You could review this report.
Okay.
Yeah, because 2 fucks is a specific amount of fucks to give, right, Barry? I'm going to see if I can find more info on that. Why was there ever a time when people had spare fucks to give?
Yes.
Was that the interview where that was mentioned?
Yes.
Were fucks once abundant?
Yes, it is.
Is there a date on our story? Yes, June 5th, Your Honor. 90? Of 1990, yes. Thank you. Now, your hours were in the summer, 10 to 6?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It was pretty much a household up when by the time you got there?
Everybody up and moving around? Yes.
Okay, so you don't know what went on before then, do you?
I do have a little information. That's another camera look. Good timing. Go back to the, we have a little information on I don't give 2 fucks. The phrase I don't give 2 fucks is an intensified version of the idiom I don't give a fuck. So it got raised to a second fuck. The base expression is from a 1790 poem by St. George Tucker. Tucker came up with fuck. Okay, that tracks. Where a father tells his son, I'd not give a fuck for all you've read. The 2 variation is an intensifier, draws from the older, milder idioms where 2 is used to represent a negligible amount, such as I don't give 2 hoots or 2 cents. Little Tanika name drop there from AI, thank you. While 2 fucks increases the count to emphasize indifference, the opposite variation, 0 fucks, became a viral meme in the late 2000s. Well, it's because we kept giving 2 fucks and we only had 1 fuck each, and now we're down to 0 fucks. Okay, well, that clears that up.
No.
Okay. And you would leave in the summertime at 6, and in the wintertime you worked or school years, you worked 12 to 8. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. So you would not know of your own knowledge what would happen before 12 and what would happen after 8.
that's correct.
And unless for some reason you were asked to come in special because Mr. Broderick would be away for the weekends, you weren't there on the weekend.
Right, no, I wasn't.
You indicated there was a time when, when you worked, was there a time where any of the boys got in an automobile accident?
When Red got hit by the car,
Yes,
is that what you're talking about?
yes.
Okay, but what's the question?
Okay, did you work there when Red got hit by a car?
I was filling in at that time.
And was there any, do you know whether Mrs. Broderick was contacted that day?
When Rhett got hit by the car, he was taken directly to the hospital, and police came to the house to pick me up and take me there. And they informed me that Rhett was fine and that he was calling his mother from the hospital.
Were you, was there any other car accidents when you were there during a period of time?
No, that was the only one I'm aware of.
You indicated there was a time that Elizabeth Broderick backed out of a visit. Do you remember that? Well, was there a time when there was a visit where she just didn't come pick the boys up?
Yes. I believe she had spoken to them about the fact that she wasn't coming.
And was there a
Judge or the
and you also indicated there was do you remember a trip to Hawaii where your mother wouldn't take the boys?
Say that again, please.
Was there a trip to Hawaii that your mother had planned where she refused to take the boys?
That my mother had planned?
Their mother, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I was told by Rhett and Danny that they were going to Hawaii with their mother.
She's pretty sharp.
And was your understanding that your mother their mother backed out of that trip?
Yes.
Mr. Early gets himself kind of crossed up where he's forgetting what he's trying to cross-examine. I'm sure he's not, but it comes off that way. Like,
I have no further questions. Redirect?
Just Ms. David, when you were originally interviewed by an investigator from the DA's office, you told the investigator that Elizabeth Broderick had said on several occasions that she wanted to murder Dan, right?
Yes.
That was, you made the general statement that she had said that on more than one occasion.
More than one occasion.
And then in a follow-up interview, you were asked if you remembered any specifics of anything that she had said regarding wanting to murder Dan. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in that follow-up interview, you indicated that there was one particular conversation that really stood out in your mind,
Your
right?
Honor, objection, please. Sustained.
Was there one particular conversation in which she had talked about murdering Dan that really stood out in your mind?
The one I indicated.
And that was the one a couple of weeks before he was in fact killed, right?
Yes.
And you indicated that Elizabeth Broderick, when she did have conversations with you, she could talk rationally about things. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
It wasn't as though she was crazy, wild, out of control, didn't know what she was doing.
No.
When she talked about Dan and Linda, she was
and that's discounting the temporary insanity defense.
angry. Is that right?
Very, very angry, yes.
But there wasn't anything about those conversations that didn't make any sense to you, was there?
No.
Objection. Overruled. Ask your stance.
Counsel asked you about something to do with whether or not you ever accused Elizabeth Broderick of trying to get you fired. Why don't you just explain to us what happened?
When I realized that Betty had opened that envelope and gone into those personal things.
Hey, welcome
There was a
back,
restraining
Kelly.
order that prevented Betty from coming on the property or into the house. And I was aware of that, but many times she would come in to pick up or drop the boys off, and it was perfectly peaceful. But when Dan found out about it, he would get really upset, and he would get really upset with me. So when I called to talk to her and I was angry, it was to explain to her that she was jeopardizing my position, not to accuse her of intentionally trying to get me fired.
You felt jeopardizing your position by violating the restraining order when you were there coming in.
Yes,
And you're referring to the time when she came in and ripped open the envelope that was on top of Linda's
wedding dress.
You indicated that you never felt that you were personally upset about her treatment of you, correct?
Correct.
Were you upset about her treatment of the children?
Sometimes, yes.
And did you ever express those concerns to her?
Yes.
There was a time apparently that you had a diamond stud in your nose?
Much to my regret. Yes, I had a diamond stud in my nose.
Was that something that she ever complained to you about?
I don't remember her being the least bit upset about it at all. In fact, she kind of made a joke about it when she saw it, but I wasn't aware that it upset her or made her feel like I was no longer capable of looking after her children.
Was it anything that concerned Dan Broderick?
No, Dan said it was a great place to keep diamonds if you didn't want to get them stolen.
And the incident when Rhett was hit by a car, I take it that was an accident, right?
Yes, it was. I mean, I know exactly what
I
happened.
don't know.
What happened?
And
Can't keep a lot of diamonds there, but
riding his bike.
She has personal knowledge.
She said she knows exactly what happened.
I was told by the police and by Rhett.
Go ahead.
Or still has objection. Personal knowledge.
It's not important, Your Honor. I'll withdraw the question. It was an accident when Rhett was riding his bike. Is that
Yes.
correct? And you were there at the house?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And Rhett was taken to the hospital. He wasn't seriously injured, right?
No.
And his mother was notified that very day while he was there at the hospital.
I believe that she wasn't home and her machine was on, and I do understand that Rhett left a message for her that was it was more dramatic and more upsetting than it needed to be. And she was upset when she called the house, but he was fine and she was contacted.
I have no further questions.
For the cross.
You remember that that there were some, that when their mother tried to call the house,
Yes.
the answering machine was on? There were some problems her getting through
At that specific
at that
time,
specific time.
I believe the answering machine was on because nobody was home.
Okay. And the answering machine stayed on even after. He wasn't at the hospital very long, was he?
He was at the hospital, I recall, approximately an hour, start to finish.
Okay. And what time of the day did this happen?
It was in the evening, before dinner time, but in the evening, early evening.
Okay. And there was a problem. Did Elizabeth Broderick ever get through that evening?
Oh, yes,
Through a
she spoke to me.
Okay. And what time did she speak to you?
We came home, took Rhett up to his room. I think we were home about 15 or 20 minutes. The phone rang. The answering machine picked up because I forgot it was on, but I grabbed it and turned it off, and I spoke to Mrs. Broderick right then.
And you knew there was a restraining order in 1987, is that correct?
Yes,
And Mrs. Broderick was not supposed to come into Dan's house?
yes,
Was she doing that in 1987?
yes,
Was she jeopardizing your job in 1987?
yes.
Did you talk to her about it in 1987?
She was, no.
I have no further questions. Any further, Ms. Wells?
No, Your Honor.
Witness be excused.
No objection.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll
The
take our
witness in her
afternoon
punk
recess at this
days.
time. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you nor form any opinions until it's finally submitted to you.
Who's
Thank you
next?
very much. Have a nice evening.
And could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Charlene Ellen Igo, I-G-O.
Thank you.
Ms. Igo, are you a police officer with the San Diego Police Department?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a police officer?
7 years.
And do you work in any particular capacity at this time?
Currently, I'm assigned to property crimes, burglary investigation in the Western Division.
Are you a detective?
I am now, yes.
Directing your attention to November of 1986, what were you doing at that time?
I was assigned to uniform patrol in the North Park area of San Diego.
And when you say uniform patrol, that means driving around in an actual police car.
Yes, a marked patrol unit in uniform.
And were you working by yourself or with a partner at the time?
I was working with a partner.
On November the 1st, 1986, do you recall responding to the home of Mr. Daniel Broderick at 1041 Cypress?
Yes, I do.
What was the nature of the call, or why did you go there?
It was a disturbance call.
So the information that you had at that point was simply that there was a disturbance and you responded there.
Correct.
Oh, that was a weird sound.
When you arrived at Mr. Broderick's house, did you determine what the nature of the disturbance was?
Yes, it was a violation of a restraining order.
And at the time, did you verify that there was, in fact, a restraining order?
Yes.
Did Mr. Broderick show you the restraining order?
Yes, and a copy of the proof of service that it had been served.
And, excuse me, was the restraining order one that restrained the defendant, Elizabeth Broderick, from being on the property?
From being within 100 yards of the property, yes.
Was Elizabeth Broderick there
Yes,
when you arrived?
yes.
And do you see Elizabeth Broderick in the courtroom today?
Yes, she's seated at the defendant's table in a beige suit, looks like.
May I have the record reflect, Your Honor, she's identified the defendant.
Record may so indicate.
There was someone in the chat
When,
yesterday. Kelia, or was it Kelly? Yes. Do you know, Kelia asks, do you know if there was a psychological evaluation on Betty? She was an aggressive tyrant for the duration of the marriage. She's never been sweet and innocent. She's an abuser, in my opinion. There was someone in the chat yesterday that said diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, which means that she would have had to have gone in for some sort of evaluation. There was also talk of during the trial, a counselor that is it a counselor? Somebody who had interacted with Betty that was quite surprised at her attitude coming into it. Court stenographer is giving a Tootsie. Oh, yeah, little Dustin Hoffman. Yeah, I'll pull that up. But, yeah, so there is talk that there was psychological evaluation done. We'll try and find more information about that as well. That's while I look up Dustin Hoffman and Tootsie.
And did you have contact with Mrs. Broderick that day?
Yes, she contacted me first.
And did you ask her whether or not she was aware of the restraining order?
Yes, I did.
What did she say?
She said she was aware of it and she had been served with the paper.
She was aware of being on the property was a violation of the restraining order?
Yes, and I explained that to her again.
And what happened then? What did you do?
At that point, she has the option of being released on a citation, or if I don't believe she's going to leave, I can take her to jail for a violation of the restraining order.
Did you ask her to leave the property given that there was a restraining order?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said she would not leave. She said I'd have to take her to jail if I wanted her to go.
Did you explain to her that there was an option there of just giving her a citation and allowing her to leave?
Yes, several times.
And each time that you explained to her that option, what was her response?
She refused to leave.
And she told you that you would have to take her to jail?
Correct.
Did you ultimately arrest her and take her to jail?
I did.
Was that something that you particularly wanted to do?
No, it takes probably an extra hour and a half to take somebody to Las Colinas than it does to write a citation and let them go. So it took me out of service for quite a while.
And the only reason you did it was you basically had no other option.
That's correct.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
Yes, ma'am. The conversation with Elizabeth Broderick was there. She told you that Mr. Broderick would not talk to her, didn't she?
That she wanted to talk to him, that's correct.
And he wouldn't talk to her.
Right.
She told you that that he was not. There was problems with money, and he had deducted money so that she had no
Same
money
outfit.
left, and she wanted some explanations.
I don't recall anything about money.
Okay. But there was a discussion that she was there because she wanted some answers from Mr. Broderick that she thought only he could give. Is that correct?
I understood that she wanted to talk to him, but I don't know the nature of what she wanted to talk to him about.
Now, after you told Mrs. Broderick you were going to arrest her, did she in fact say, okay, I don't want to go to jail?
That was after about the third or fourth time I asked her to leave on a citation, and then I told her I would have to take her into custody. And when we had the handcuffs on her, she said, okay, I'll leave, which the option time was over.
Okay. So at that point in time, when she realized that there was not going to be that she wasn't going to be able to remain there and talk to Mr. Broderick, she asked to be released from custody. And you told her,
No.
forget it. I have no further questions. Your Honor.
Did you know that she was represented by an attorney at that time?
No.
So you didn't talk about whether she had other options as far as talking to Mr. Broderick?
No.
Morning, Billie Jean.
Recross? No, no.
Witness excuse.
No objection.
No, no.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Here we go.
That's a quick one. So she was the one who had to arrest Betty on the night of the ball. Oh, and she's pregnant too. That's our Chelsea capsule for the trial.
People called you Forbes.
I know that Chelsea wasn't pregnant at the trial, but she's a pregnant police officer. That's pretty good. Looking for parallels, looking for connections, patterns that aren't there, that sort of thing.
Testimony about to give, and I am not pending for this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Matt, could you please have a seat in the witness stand?
That's the first swearing in I've seen all trial. Prosecutor's got it.
And Matt, could you
Okay.
please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Gail Ann Tuck Forbes, Forbes.
This is the wife of the neighbor, Brian Forbes. This was the first witness we
Good
saw.
morning.
Can you tell us, do you know the defendant in this action, Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you know her?
I met Betty in October of I was pregnant with my first child, 73. Is that right? 73.
Are you married to Brian Forbes, who has already testified in this action?
Yes, I am.
And ultimately, at some point, were you essentially neighbors of Elizabeth Broderick, where she lived down the street from you?
Yes, we lived on Calle Corta when they rented the house on Avenida de las Ondas. And we lived on Calle del Oro, which is a corner house, when Betty lived on Calle del Cielo, which was at the end of the cul-de-sac of the corner.
And that's in the La Jolla Shores area of La Jolla.
Both of the houses are, yes.
Directing your attention to February 1st of 1986, the night of the Blackstone Ball. Do you remember that night?
Did you say February or November?
I'm sorry, November.
November 1st of 1986 is Blackstone Ball.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't
Yes, I
notice
do
Larissa got in here
Can
too.
you just describe briefly for us what the Blackstone Ball is?
Welcome.
The Blackstone Ball at that time was a social event given by the San Diego Bar Auxiliary, the women's organization. And it was given largely for the purposes of entertaining lawyers and their spouses.
This is the second time we've heard about the Blackstone Ball. It came up during the opening argument, so I guess this is where we'll get a little bit more elaboration on what a big to-do this was.
It's a social event.
It was, it no longer is. It's now a fundraiser.
And is it a formal event? People
Yes,
get
it's
dressed
black tie.
And was that something that you knew that Elizabeth Broderick was aware of, the Blackstone Ball?
Yes, we worked on it one year as committee members together.
Do you recall any time that afternoon or evening receiving a phone call from Elizabeth Broderick from jail?
I assume she was in jail. I don't know what the booking procedures are, but the phone call I got was that she had been arrested and that she was at jail, and that she was calling me to tell me that.
Okay. Did you actually talk to her?
Yes.
On the phone? And did she tell you that she was in jail?
I believe that's what she said.
What did she tell? Did she ask you to do something?
She asked if I would call the newspapers and tell them that she was in jail while her husband was being celebrated at the Blackstone Ball.
Who did she want you to call? Anybody in particular?
She mentioned Burl Stiff, society columnist,
Morning, Dorothy.
San Diego Union.
And that's who she wanted you to call to tell this.
Yes.
And how did she sound when she was telling you about this?
She was very excited. She was exultant. She was, this was going to work for her, even though she was in jail.
Thank you, Larissa.
Did you ever have another conversation with Elizabeth Broderick about an incident where she was describing driving Dan Broderick off the road?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what she said about that incident?
Betty described to me an incident where she was in a rental car that would not have been recognizable by Dan or by his family members, her children, for instance. And I don't know where they were going or why, but Dan was in one car with the two boys and Betty was in the rental car. And they ended up, Betty ended up chasing Dan and I believe driving close to him or in some way trying to almost run him off the road in a way. That's the way it sounded to me, the way it was described.
And this was being described to you by Elizabeth Broderick.
Betty was telling me.
And
Okay,
how
that's
was
pretty
how was
psycho.
she talking about it? How was she describing it? Was she proud of what she'd done, ashamed of what she'd done?
When Betty talked to me about it, she said she was glad she had frightened him. She was gloating about it almost.
Wow.
Gloating about frightening Dan?
Yes.
Did she
Rita,
say
good
anything about
morning.
whether or not any of the children were in the car?
My understanding was that both Danny and Rhett were in the car and that they were crying. They were very frightened by what had happened.
Can you imagine that? Your wife is running you down while you got your own kids in the car. Ex-wife. With your shared kids in the car.
Did Elizabeth Broderick ever talk to you about her abilities as a marksman, shooting?
Yes, she did.
What did she say about that?
She told me that in college she had been a sharpshooter and she'd earned medals.
Did she earn medals for sharpshooting?
That's correct.
Did she ever tell you about practicing shooting at a shooting range?
At a target gallery like? Yes. Mm-hmm.
Did she describe how often she did that, anything like that? Or?
She didn't describe how often. She told me that she had been practicing target practice.
Did you ever have a specific conversation with Elizabeth Broderick where you were encouraging her to get custody of her children, get an attorney to get custody?
Yes, I did.
What was it that you said to her and how did she respond?
I suggested to her that if she wanted to be with her children, that she hire an attorney specifically for the purposes of regaining custody for her children.
And what did she respond?
And she said, "No, I won't do that until I get my money."
Rita, I think we got about 5 minutes left of this particular testimony, and then I'll give a quick recap of what we've done so far today.
Were you aware of when Dan and Linda Broderick were married in April of 1989?
I attended their wedding. Okay.
And sometime after the wedding, did Elizabeth Broderick say anything to you about their photographer or seeing the photographs of the wedding?
She had indicated, I think even before the wedding, that she was going to take a job as a photographer's assistant. And that seemed like a good thing for Betty to do because she has photography skills, I think. And then after the wedding, I learned that she was going to be employed by Mr. Campbell, who was the photographer at the Broderick's wedding.
When you say you learned that, who did you learn that from?
From Betty.
And what, did she say anything to you about the proofs from the wedding?
That she had seen the proofs before they did.
Did she tell you where she had seen the proofs?
I believe in the photographer's studio. I'm not sure. I don't recall her specifically saying where she'd seen them.
And how was she describing that? I mean, again, what was her attitude or demeanor?
She had an intense curiosity about the details of the wedding. And I suppose that seeing the photographs satisfied a lot of that curiosity. And
do you know for sure? You're just indicating to us what she told you that she had done. Is that correct? I mean, you don't have an independent knowledge of whether she actually saw the photographs.
No, I don't.
This is just she described for you that she had seen them before they even got to see them.
That's correct.
And directing your attention to late October of 1989, shortly before Dan and Linda were killed, the week before they were killed, did you have a telephone conversation with Elizabeth Broderick where she was talking about them going to the Notre Dame game?
I had more than one conversation with her that week on the telephone. But yes, both conversations. In both of them, Betty mentioned the Notre Dame football weekend with USC.
And what did she say about that?
That she had been, that Linda and Dan went back there with the children, that friends and families that were Betty's friends and families were there, family members were there, and that Linda was basically living her life, that she's the one who should have been there, and that was her tradition, that those were things that were rightfully hers.
Did she mention anything at all about the fact that Dan and Linda had gone to that Notre Dame game before in years past?
I don't specifically recall it in that conversation.
How would you describe how she was talking about this? Was she angry?
She wasn't angry exactly, but envious, covetous.
Covetous?
That's how she was describing it.
Covetous?
Have you described it as jealous before?
Thou shalt not
Jealous
covet
yeah.
thy neighbor's wife.
Is that what you mean by covetous?
Yes.
Yeah, covetous.
And then the Friday before Dan and Linda were killed, did you also have a conversation with Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I did.
Where was that conversation?
It was in our backyard by our driveway.
So that was a person-to-person, not a telephone conversation?
Yes, that's right.
And was she complaining about anything in particular at that time?
She was upset and angry.
Covetous. Covetous. Adjective. Having or showing a great desire to possess something belonging to someone else. She fingered the linen with covetous hands.
She had just come from her accountant, Betty told me, and the accountant had indicated to her that when all of her real estate transactions were complete, when all of her income tax and penalties were paid, And when she'd made whatever adjustments in her income were going to be necessary, she'd have about $60,000 or $80,000 left to live on for the rest of her life.
Now this, again, this was something that she was telling you. You don't have any independent knowledge of whether or not that was true.
No, I don't.
And you described her as being angry, correct?
Upset, angry, distraught.
Can you describe the extent? I mean, did you feel the necessity to do something at the time?
I had two children visiting me that were not my own children, and I know that Betty's language had deteriorated, and I was worried that her language and use of language in front of those children would be inappropriate, and I didn't investigate the conversation very much. I just let the conversation hang there in the air. I was probably sympathetic, but I didn't continue to extract information from her.
I have no further questions.
Okay, before the cross, we'll do a little catch up for Rita Schuler, who's joined the chat, and anyone else that's lurking that would appreciate a catch up. We started the day with testimony from a housekeeper / nanny, worked full time for Dan Broderick, including going to school as well. She gave testimony. This is all state evidence. The state has 2 more videos worth of evidence. We're on part 4 of the state's case, 6 parts, and then we moved to the defense case. The housekeeper was followed by, have I forgotten already, Officer Ego. She's the one from the San Diego Police Department that arrested Betty the night of the Blackstone Ball, the big lawyer to-do where Betty wanted to intentionally embarrass Dan by getting arrested because of the restraining order. So this is all state presenting evidence that Betty's actions were more cold and clinical than rage, temporary insanity. That seems to be the best. And then just the opposite from the crosses. They've been trying to break that apart. Like, you don't know this for sure. Isn't it possible that she was crazy and you just didn't realize? She didn't like your nose piercing, did she? You were a young girl with a nose piercing taking care of her kids. Did she like that? Anyway, all the testimony has been delivered fairly well by the people who've been called. There's been no signs of deception or anything like that so thus far today. Very strong, confident women.
You indicated that you met Elizabeth Broderick in 1973.
That's correct.
Okay. And during the time that you knew Elizabeth Broderick, were your children around her very much?
You're not going to object to speak on this.
Oh, and this is the neighbor of Brian Forbes, who was the first witness we saw. This is his wife. So Brian Forbes was the one who entered the building with Brad Wright, Betty's boyfriend, discovered that Dan and Linda were murdered. Brian's wife also is aware of the couple because they were friendly and knows some of the background, and that's why she's on the stand. And I just calling her Mrs. Forbes because I missed the name when she was being announced, and they're not putting up on screen chyrons. So, yeah, she's Mrs. Forbes.
Overall, you answer that.
After my second son, James, was born in 1976, Betty and I became much closer friends. Her child, Brett, was born in February and mine was in January.
Was she the godparent of one of your children?
Yes, she is. She's the godmother of my child, Bonnie.
And how old is Bonnie?
Bonnie's now 10.
Irrelevant.
So Bonnie was born in about 1981.
That's correct.
And you indicated you had some conversations with Elizabeth Broderick where she talked about a number of things about Dan and Linda.
Objection, Your Honor, that's not, that misstates the evidence.
Just rephrase it, Mr. Earl. When Elizabeth Broderick called you in November 1986, was that a collect call?
I don't remember it as being collect.
Okay, you don't remember an operator coming on and saying this is a collect call, do you?
I don't, but I may not have answered the phone either.
Okay. And you related a conversation that you had with Elizabeth Broderick that she had over the phone with you that day?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that she had just received in the mail that day a letter that said that not only was she not getting any support, but she owed Dan Broderick?
Objection, Your Honor. Assume strikes not in evidence.
Sustained.
Did she talk to you about receiving a letter that day saying she wasn't going to get any support? And Dan Broderick said that she in fact owed him $1,300.
No, she didn't mention that in the telephone conversation.
So that was not something that she
Frank
said the world should know
Barone.
that Dan Broderick was not only not supporting her, but not even giving her any money, well, taking money from her.
I didn't understand your question.
She didn't say that's something she wanted the world to know, that Dan Broderick was not only not supporting her, but taking money from her.
She did not say that to me on the phone.
The do you remember when the conversation was about, when the conversation took place about the sharpshooting?
Actually, Betty has mentioned it to me more than once. I think the first time was when we were on the University of California at Berkeley campus. We passed a gymnasium in the basement of which there is a rifle range. And I mentioned it to her, and she told me at that time that she had done the same thing in college.
When was that? Do you remember approximately?
1970, in the 70s,
So sometimes in the
late
70s.
70s.
So the first time she mentioned to you was in the late 70s that she enjoyed, that was something that she enjoyed. She was a sharpshooter. She was good at it.
Right,
Okay. And she talked about it was, it was a sport that she liked.
that's correct.
Okay. And then you indicated some problem with Mrs. Broderick's language. That was
That's Kim, who testified for the first 2.5 or for 2.5 days at the beginning, I believe. There's some questions about where the mannequins are. Let's keep an eye out for that if we can see them. It may also be that nobody's calling on evidence. I noticed for at least half of one day, the lady with the Lisa Bonet hair didn't seem to be there, and nobody asked for evidence during that part of it. So maybe when the evidence lady's not there, the evidence isn't there either.
a problem that started fairly recently in 1986 or so, 87.
It started after the separation. I would guess probably a year or so after their separation.
And did you remember a incident sometime where Elizabeth Broderick
Oh,
went
no.
to jail out of court for some period of time?
Evidence
because of
lady, I
change
think,
in
is
her
here.
language, demeanor?
But yeah, usually the mannequins were
That there was a difference
right in that
Elizabeth
yellow
Broderick
space here.
after going to court one time and getting put in jail.
She, I remember being aware after one
Is she
of her, of being
Yeah.
in jail,
this movement.
of thinking that there were serious changes in Betty.
And the words that she used, for instance, the word cunt, that was a word that you had to tell her what that word was and what it meant.
That's right.
Okay. And do you remember when that came up? Was that
Sorry, did he just say the word cunt? You had to tell her what that meant?
what that word was and what it meant?
That's right.
Okay. And do you remember, and the words that she used, for instance, the word cunt, that was a word that you had to tell her what that word was and what it meant.
That's right.
Okay. And do you remember when that came up? Was that before or after the separation where that came up?
It was after the separation, and
Who needs that word defined?
If you can remember the time, if you can't, that's okay.
it was in the wintertime. I would guess it was
I remember defining the word cunt in the wintertime. It was a dusty, cold day, dry snow blowing across the plains.
Winter of 85 and 86.
The,
Could have been the winter of 84. 84, 85, or 85, 86. But I remember we were in our house that we currently occupy.
and during the period of time when she was living down the street from you, would your children visit with her often?
Your Honor, President Jenkins, we on stuff.
Well, she's saying she had to explain it to a child? That makes more sense. I got to pay better attention. You can tell the stenographer she had to even like kind of stretch out her wrist after typing that. Like, it's a weird one.
Well, you indicated there was some concern about Elizabeth Broderick in 1989. In 1987 and 88, your children were visiting Elizabeth Broderick's home, weren't they?
Objection, Your Honor, that's beyond the scope. She hasn't talked about her concerns about her children visiting Elizabeth Broderick.
Sustained.
Have you heard on that, Your Honor?
Well, you can call her as your witness at the end. Go ahead. I have no further questions. Your directs.
None, Your Honor.
You want to take her as your witness now out of order?
Your Honor, if we could approach that, Your Honor. We've got other witnesses we need to get on.
We just wants to ask one or two questions.
Oh, well, we can talk at sidebar about what those questions are. If it's just one or two questions.
Support.
Yeah, I can just call her back then.
All right.
I don't mind if it's just a couple of questions. Let's hear what they are.
Didn't you just hear what they were? Did she send her kids down there?
Oh, is that all you wanted to ask?
That's all I was gonna get into, yes.
Well, when he says get into it, I don't know if we're getting into something for an hour or.
Well, let's see. Do you want to call take her as your witness out of order right now?
Sure.
Go ahead.
That was an interesting negotiation.
Visited Elizabeth Broderick's home.
Frequently.
Okay, and would that be by themselves as well as with you and
Yes, up to a certain point of time.
when was that point in time?
In May of 1988, I'd say that I started to have second thoughts about Betty's integrity, her completeness or her balance. And by January of 89, I'd say I was restricting my children from access to Betty's house.
Okay. I have no further questions. Cross-examine.
You were concerned about your children being around Elizabeth Broderick because of the things that she was doing and the things that she was saying.
Not completely. Part of it was her house had a trampoline set up and it wasn't being supervised. And it's an incredible, attractive nuisance. And I was worried about the safety of my children. And her pool was not fenced. And I didn't think that Betty was as watchful as she used to be about children.
Were you also concerned about the language that she used in front of the children?
I'm concerned about language in front of young children, yes.
Had you talked to her about not using that kind of language in front of your children or her children?
No, I didn't. I restricted the access that my children had when Betty and I were talking.
Kitten Pusher says, yesterday folks mentioned that the defense attorney was irritating. I may be biased, but I think the prosecutor's annoying. I think this is a good point about televised trials again, in just a lot of prosecutors, a lot of attorneys wouldn't have been entirely self-aware of how they came off, even if they thought they were getting good advice from colleagues in the room. Some people are more open to criticism, but until you see that truly objective camera, like, oh shit, I can interpret how I would come off now, like seeing myself removed, fly on the wall kind of thing. So we can give the attorneys some grace for just not refining their social graces for a camera anyway, but also just that reflective where you see your own faults rather than glossing over them. So I think a lot of lawyers have become a lot better at, notwithstanding Mr. Ramos. And was it Mr. Ramos in the very beginning of the Corey Richins trial, and then he was at the kiddie table for the rest of it?
I have nothing further this time, Your Honor.
What the state is.
Subject to recall.
Thank you very much, Ms. Forbes.
Thank you.
All right, who's next?
You solemnly swear the testimony about to give in the matter about before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. So could you please have us in the witness stand?
Who is this guy?
Morning, how are you? Good. Make yourself as comfortable as you can. If you want to fold that top down, you have a little more room for your papers.
Orlando Padilla.
And sir, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
First name is Orlando, Orlando. Last name is Padilla, P as in Paul, Adilla.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Padilla.
Morning.
How is it that you make your living?
I do security work.
And were you working in that capacity back in April of 1989?
Yes, I was.
In early April of 89, were you contacted by Daniel Broderick to provide security at his upcoming wedding because of fears he had about threats made by his ex-wife?
Your Honor, objection, lady.
Sustained.
In early of April of 1989, did you have a conversation with Daniel Broderick?
Yes, I did.
And what was the conversation?
Your Honor, objection. Relevant cause for hearsay.
Can we have a sidebar, Your Honor?
It's foundational. Go ahead. You can answer that.
I was contacted by Dan Broderick. I was referred to him by a client of his, and he asked me to come to his house to have a discussion in regards to providing protective services for him at his wedding.
Why was it that Mr. Broderick wanted to engage you in your services for his wedding?
Your Honor, objection.
It's overruled. You can answer that. Did he tell you why?
Yes, he did.
Go ahead.
He stated that his former wife had threatened to shoot him and his fiancee, Linda, at the wedding ceremony in front of all their guests.
Did he indicate whether or not he believed that threat was genuine?
Your Honor, objection. This is hearsay.
It's called speculation. Sustained.
Speculative, yeah.
Did Mr. Broderick state that he was actually worried about the safety of himself, his guests, and his new wife?
Your Honor, objection. May we approach the bench? They know that they're asking for hearsay and leading questions, giving information, so I have to object.
Sustained. Just ask if he stated why he was hiring him.
Did Mr. Broderick state why he was hiring you?
Yes, he did.
What did he state?
He stated that he was hiring myself and my partner to protect him on his wedding day because of threats to his life and the life of his fiancee on the day of their marriage.
And what arrangements did you work out with Mr. Broderick for that wedding day?
I arranged for myself.
Squeaky
and a partner.
chairs.
Myself, I stayed at his residence the entire wedding day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. My partner stayed at Mrs. Broderick's residence in La Jolla and followed her everywhere she went that day.
Mr. Broderick showed you a restraining order.
Yes, he did. He armed us both with copies of the restraining order.
Did he tell you anything else about other concerns he had based on prior activities of the defendant?
Yes, he
Your Honor,
took.
objection, hearsay.
Sustained. Well, it's sustained on relevancy grounds. Other activities are not relevant to this incident. Go ahead.
Did Mr. Broderick tell you other reasons why he was especially concerned about his safety and his guest safety and Linda Broderick's safety on his wedding day?
Yes, he did.
What did he tell you?
Objection, Your Honor. Here's
Overrule. Go ahead.
He stated, he took me out to the front of his residence and showed me where Mrs. Broderick had driven into the front door of his house. And
Here's some
stated to
evidence.
me that she had threatened him over the phone several times.
So be on
He
your
stated
guard.
to me that she had purchased a weapon and that she was known to have been practicing firing the weapon on a range in San Diego. He said that she was a very good shot, and
Your Honor, I just have an objection.
Sustained.
May we be heard, Your Honor, at sidebar?
Well, sustain your objection. Be heard to recess the sidebar if you want. Objection sustained.
I love the judge because he's sitting there like he's not even paying attention. But then when they ask stuff like that, it's like, dude, I just sustained your objection. You want to come over and, try and get me to rule twice in your favor? Sustained. Continue.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
Sir, did Mr. Broderick tell you that he had been purposely spreading rumors about Elizabeth Broderick for a period of time?
Beyond the scope and irrelevance.
Overruled. You ask on that.
Did he tell you that he had been purposely spreading rumors about Elizabeth Broderick
Overruled.
for 5 years to destroy her reputation?
no, he did not.
Did he tell you that sometimes...
Objection, Your Honor. This is improper counsel knows it.
Well, assumes facts not evidence sustained.
Well, Your Honor, he went into conversation. I'm trying to find out what the conversation is about.
Ask him.
Okay. Did he say
Ask him.
anything about having Elizabeth Broderick very early?
Objection, Your Honor. You can ask the question what else was said. He doesn't have to assume facts not evidence.
On the cross, we're allowed to ask.
That's not
leading
correct, Your
questions.
Honor.
You're allowed to ask leading questions, Mr. Early, but they have to be based on facts and evidence. Go ahead. You can lead.
Yes, Your Honor, and I have information as to what I'm asking.
Go ahead.
Were you aware that Mr. Broderick tell you that very early on, he was telling people that
Assumes facts not evidence. Object, Your
I
Honor.
haven't heard the question.
I haven't heard the question.
We have a sidebar so we can find out what this stuff is.
Let me hear the question. I can probably sort it out. Go ahead.
did Mr. Broderick tell you that very early on in the proceedings, he was having Elizabeth Broderick searched at the courthouse when she would come in?
Objection. There is no evidence as to that.
Sustained assumes facts not evidence.
The judge is so calm. Like, yeah, just make your objection. I'll rule on it. Then you continue. Quit fucking asking for a sidebar. This courtroom's cramped enough without you guys coming up to the bench.
Did all the knowledge you got was from Mr. Broderick, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You did not attend all of the closed hearings, did you, in the courthouse?
No, I did not.
So you had no way of
Objection. He knows what this witness knows, what this witness has done. It's assuming facts not evidence.
Overruled this point. I'm going to hear the question first.
Did you independently verify by going to the courthouse to try to find out whether you could get any information from the closed?
That's a great point, too. With all the junk in there, they can't even reach the bench. Like a sidebar, they'd still be talking at the exact same volume, just 4 feet closer to the judge.
Those files.
No, I did not.
Did you know whether there was any way that when things were being said about Mrs. Broderick?
This guy looks like a character, too. I don't know who exactly, but he's very expressive. And if Guillermo didn't have a job working with Jimmy Kimmel, this guy could take it over, or could have taken it over back in the day. It's not quite a Guillermo, but he's got a distinctive look.
Whether they could be verified?
Yes, I called a detective, and I can refer to my notes here, the day after I met with Dan, just to let him know what we were going to be doing that day. And he...
Pictures from Saturday Night Fever, Kitten Pusher says. So now I've got to picture him with like a big gold medallion and 2 less buttons done up on his shirt. A little bit more poomp in the pompadour. Yeah, that could work.
Gave me minimal information that they were aware of the situation. And just came up with a plan to get in contact with them if she did break the 1,000-yard restraining order.
And you didn't do anything about trying to go to a divorce file at all?
No, sir.
I have no further questions.
Redirect? Nothing. Witness be excused. Subject to recall. Thank you very much, sir.
Your Honor, before we call our next witness, counsel indicated that you wanted to have some discussion before we call the next witness.
All right. So if we were to take our recess, how long do you think it'll take?
For our discussion, counsel.
Mr. Rose, give me a time frame.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, if I just ask you to step outside for approximately 5 minutes, I'll have my bailiff escort you. He'll bring you back up. Well, let's say 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Sometimes
VC.
friends aren't too good at estimates.
Your Honor, I don't even know if it'll take that long if you want to go back.
70s porn look is what he's got. Boom, chicka wah wah.
Hallway. I mean, it's a very short matter.
Oh, all right. See, I don't know what we're talking about, folks. So that's one of the pleasure. Go to sidebar.
I might be showing my age and interests, but did anyone ever see Ron Jeremy when he was skinny? He started in the business as a slender young man before he transformed into the hedgehog. Well, one part of him was identical back then, but his body was unrecognizable from the hedgehog you see today.
Because of my stenographer's equipment is all I'm thinking of.
Good, good, Your Honor.
All right, let's do the sidebar. You're welcome to stand up and stretch if you want.
All right. Chat, you can stand up and stretch.
For the record, spell your last name.
Robin Tuua, T-U'_UA.
Thank you.
Taua. Robin Taua. T-U'_UA. She's the second to last testimony we get today. We're exactly halfway through, well, not exactly, but, close enough, through the raw footage for today. So whatever the stream's at, we're 2 hours, so double it and probably be done then. Dr. Ruth Roth. I had problems saying that last night. Dr. Ruth Roth will be testifying after Robin Tuua. I'm going to be right back.
Welcome. Good morning, Ms. Tuua.
Good morning.
At some point, were you hired as a housekeeper and babysitter of the Broderick children by Mr. Dan Broderick?
Yes, I was hired out of the governess agency. So I was hired as a governess, and my other duties were just to do like the grocery shopping and tend the children and help the boys with their homework, things of that nature.
You had duties that involved helping take care of the house as well as helping with the children.
Right.
And when was it that you worked for Mr. Broderick?
October 1986 through the summer of 1987, approximately July, late June,
And
July.
did you essentially work full-time? Was it a full-time job?
Yes, it was.
What were your hours?
Monday through Friday, noon to 8 p.m.
So when you'd arrive at the house, the children would be at school, is that correct?
That's right.
And about what time would they get home from school?
The boys would come home at 3:15 from the bus, would drop them off.
This is not
And
Orlando.
Kim would get home earlier than that. Then I'd go and pick up Lee at Bishop's school.
Okay. At that time, she was attending Bishop's, which was in La Jolla, is that correct?
That's right.
And when you worked for Mr. Broderick and the children, was that while he was living at the Cypress home in Marsden Hills?
Right.
Did you have the occasion to have contact with the defendant?
It's almost, I love it because it's both sarcastic and brings in a lot of information. Kitten Pusher says, so Dan had two people do Betty's job, a governess, and Linda, it both speaks to how much Betty actually did that he needed to replace it, because when it was gone, he realized it was gone, but he also had all the money in the world to throw at his problems at that point. So on the one hand, yeah, shows exactly how much work Betty did. It also shows how much spare income that he had, that he could just, oh, well, I guess I need a cook, a cleaner, a baker, a dressmaker. Like, you know, he could just hire all the things that Betty was doing for him for free, while he was charging her for his law school degrees and finishing med school.
Elizabeth Broderick as well while you were working for Mr. Broderick.
Yes.
And basically, could you describe what your relationship was with her?
At first, it was really, when I first started working there, it was nice. She would call and she'd be pleasant, but that turned real fast. She was really rude. She used to tell me that I was lower than any Mexican she knew.
Objection, Your Honor. This is your say. This witness speak in.
So sorry, just answer the questions, ma'am. Don't volunteer anything, okay?
All right.
Go ahead.
At some point, you indicated that it started out very nice. At some point, then the relationship deteriorated?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of any messages that she would leave on the answering machine for the boys, for Mr. Broderick, for anybody in the home?
Yes, she would leave several messages on the machine.
And can you describe the nature of those messages that you heard?
Extremely vulgar, a lot of foul language.
Was that something that was particularly upsetting to you?
Yes, I was never raised with language like that.
Not in this town.
Did you ever actually overhear some conversations between Elizabeth Broderick and her sons?
Yes, I would. I picked up the phone on some occasion.
Cover your ears. You said it once.
She wouldn't see Rhett unless Rhett would get Linda out of the house. He was completely distraught over that. He was very upset.
Was there something that he did after that particular conversation?
Yes, he did. He was so upset. He went upstairs and he locked himself in the bathroom. I thought he was using the restroom. He was too quiet for a while. I knocked on the door and asked him if he'd come out. And when he came out, he had scissors in his hand and he had taken chopped clumps of hair out of his head and saying he wanted to get the pain out of his head his mom put in his head.
Objection.
I believe that's
Overruled.
spontaneous.
Overruled.
And now Betty lives with the hair braiders.
Did you tell Mr. Broderick about this incident? Was he aware of it?
Yes, he was aware of it. He was really upset. He came home and he just hugged Rhett, just held on to him and told him he loved him.
Did he do anything with respect to the phones after that?
Yes, he would turn down the ringers and turn the sound down on the machine, on the answering machine, just to protect the children. It's just insane.
Was there an incident that you had with Elizabeth Broderick when she said anything about having a gun in her possession?
Yes, she threatened to kill me.
Can you describe that incident?
Yes, I can. I was waiting for the boys to get home. About 3:15, the bus would drop them off. Danny came off the bus. Rhett was not there. I asked Danny where was Rhett, and he said he saw his mom taking Rhett from school. She had kidnapped him. He had not come home. She had
Your
taken
Honor,
him.
objection.
going to bring up some chat because this is probably going to be interesting to anyone that's on replay too, because it gives some context to the trial. Where do we start from here? Kelly says to Kitten Pusher, yeah, I think the media really ran with the narrative that sold papers, magazines, or something. Huge part of the culture then was the supermarket tabloids, National Enquirer, Weekly World News, all those. Just as you're pulling up to the check stand, yeah, I'll throw it in kind of stuff. Those were huge. Those made tons of money, and you wanted salacious headlines. This was also coming at a time post-feminism, but and it's interesting that we used Tootsie for the stenographer, because Tootsie was really, it's a movie that was kind of rebelling against the fact that there was equal opportunity hiring. So Dustin Hoffman was playing a guy who couldn't get a job because the women were taking all the jobs, or it was just easier to get it if you were a woman. And then the subtext of the movie was how hard it was to be a woman, which it's sort of the same way as Eddie Murphy in White Like Me, or the journalist in 1964 that did Black Like Me. It's not really a one-to-one comparison of understanding, but, you know, I guess you do learn some things. Don't ever be a woman, George. I can't. Don't ever. I can't. Anyway, that's all. Going in a few different directions. Where was I going with it? Let's get back to Kelly. Oh, yeah. So that's just for the context of the time. Think that this trial, Betty personified, a lot of women had gone through the sort of 50s ideal, even though it was the 70s. There was a lot of people that held on to the traditional, like, I'm going to help my husband, I'm going to put him through. But they finally had rights and the ability to just divorce on, I don't like him, he's bad. Didn't need to be, you know, that he cheated. You didn't need to prove the reasons for a divorce. You could just get it. So there was a lot more empowerment. There was a lot more women just realizing together, hey, this is wrong. This is something we've accepted out of men for years. So this case, I think, spoke in a broader sense. And a lot of people put whatever agendas that they were currently fighting for and fighting hard to get a voice into this as a way to get the message out there. So, yeah, I think that's a great comment to bring us back to the broader context of this case. And we'll get back to Robin Ta'ua.
Speculation, hearsay.
Wow.
Oh, she's got an eye roll too.
As to the word kidnap.
Just describe what you saw, okay?
I was concerned. I went into the house, called Mr. Broderick. From the kitchen phone, you could see the driveway. You could see the road out front. I had the door propped open so I could see. I told him that Brett was not here. Danny told me Mrs. Broderick had taken him. As I was talking to him, I saw her pull up onto the sidewalk. They're facing the wrong way. I told him that she had pulled up. He instructed me to call the police, and he also instructed me the whereabouts of the restraining order. I hung up, called the police immediately, went to his desk drawer, got the restraining order, went outside. Danny and Kim were with me. We went outside. I asked Rhett to please step out of the Suburban truck that she had. And Mrs. Broderick said, "You can't order my children around. You have no say. You can't control them." I again asked Rhett to get out. He did. He came by my side. She said, and Mrs. Broderick said, "You can't control my children." She was just in a state, an outrageous state. And then Rhett looked over at me and he said, "My mommy has a butcher knife under the seat."
Your Honor,
When there's an objection, you have to stop.
Oh.
Sorry. What was the objection?
Your Honor, objection has been asked and answered. It also calls for hearsay.
It's overruled and asked to answer it, and that's a hearsay. Overruled on that basis also. Go ahead, what did Rhett tell you?
He told me his mother had a butcher knife under the seat. At that point, Betty Broderick told me she had a gun in her glove box and she would kill me. at that point, there was not a shadow of a doubt in my mind that Mrs. Broderick would not kill me.
Where was she when she said this to you? Was she
On the
still in
sidewalk. She was out of her truck.
What did she do? Did she go back to the truck?
I turned around and ran in the house with the kids.
Did you have any more contact with her than that day after you went into the house?
No, she pulled away as the police pulled up. They had just missed her by 2 or 3 minutes.
Were there ever any occasions when you were working at Mr. Broderick's house and when you saw Elizabeth Broderick drive by in a car, for example?
Yes, there were a
Can you
couple of
describe
times. Yes, I can. It was a little.
Quick chat mini poll. Do you think Dan Broderick cheated on Linda with Robin Ta'ua? We can speculate. It's been 35 years. I'm sure she's a fine woman now, but at the time, looks a little like Betty, who I'm told looks like Linda.
White car, and on the street on Cypress is just
Separate. This is just a little chat poll. Oh, you can change your poll, I think, in the daily poll until I close it. I think you just click on the other thing. And I'm going to ask it every day, and it's just going to be interesting to see how it sways, especially when it switches from state to defense. But let's just throw, a 1 if we think Dan cheated on Linda for, no evidence, just pure speculation. But she looks like the kind of girl that would be brought into the fold as an employee. You do it once with your assistant. Why would he stop? And yeah, I think that he did, but
like a circle. So
2
you
if
can
it's a
see
no.
every car that comes by. There's not a lot of traffic, and I would see a little white car come by, and I kept looking outside, and I recognized the driver as Mrs. Broderick.
What time of day would this occur?
It would vary. Mostly it was noon,
Okay.
right about when I got there. So there was nobody else in the house but me, unless there were some workers around, but it was basically I was alone.
So this was a time when the children would be at school.
That's right.
Approximately, during the time that you were working, approximately how many times did you see her drive by?
4, 5. Sometimes she had somebody in the car with her too. I noticed there was a man in the passenger seat. Sometimes she would just park in front of the house. I thought that's pretty bizarre.
When you indicated that you sometimes saw a man in the car with her, did you recognize the man or know who that was?
No.
And when you indicated sometimes she would park in front of the house, what would she do?
Just stare at the house. Just watch the house.
Okay. Did you ever do anything about that? Did you go out and talk to her or anything?
No, I never confronted her.
Was there ever a time while you were working where she just appeared in the house?
Yes, I was in the kitchen and I felt somebody behind me. The kitchen door was open and I turned.
she looks like she would be in a Whitesnake video, not as Tawny Katane, but just like one of the girls in the crowd, like, woo, you guys rock.
Around and she was standing right there. She was holding the dog.
She was holding what?
The dog.
Okay.
The little
The family dog?
the family, yeah, the kid's dog.
And what did she do? What did she say?
She told me that nobody ever takes care of this dog and it was abused, and which was not true. The boys loved the dog. It was well cared for. So she was holding it.
Dan kicked the dog.
And she took the dog. She got in a car and left. She took the dog.
These incidents that you've just related, you just recently related those to me. Is that correct?
That's right.
When were part of your duties to, for example, cook dinner for the family?
Yes, I would cook dinner and then we'd all sit down as a family and eat. Over dinner, Mr. Broderick would
Your
ask.
Honor, objection. It's already been answered.
Sustained. That's another question.
Did you observe Mr. Broderick interacting with the children?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever observe any of the children to be afraid of Mr. Broderick?
No, never.
Did you observe how they would react, for example, when he would come home from work?
Yes, they were very excited. The boys would run out to the garage where he would park his car. There was a basketball hoop over the garage, and sometimes when he'd come home, they'd engage in a game of basketball.
Suma given the I want my swoop back.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
What was the dates that you worked at the Broderick residence?
Once a cheat, always a cheat, though, Billie Jean.
1986, late October, through the summer of 1987.
And what were your hours?
Monday through Friday, noon to 8 p.m.
And the times that you weren't home when the children left for school, you weren't at the house, were you?
No, I wasn't.
And you would leave after 8 o'clock?
But pretend judge. So pretend judge tells Billie Jean Dan and Linda were still in that honeymoon phase. There's that expression, the grass is always greener on the other side. I think that there's something to a guy who cheats, something exciting about what you're not supposed to have. And, ooh, it's wrong. Ooh, we shouldn't be doing this. And there's guys that is more of a turn on to them than the actual attraction to a partner. Just locker room talk I've heard from other guys, but
I would leave. My ending hour was at 8. Sometimes I would stay longer. Sometimes I would leave early. It depended on if Mr. Broderick got home early or.
Did you work on the
one day, Barry? One day, Barry.
Yes, occasionally.
Okay. And would that be when Mr. Broderick was out of town?
That's right.
Okay. And how many weekends did you work there?
Per month or the whole?
The time that you worked there, do you remember approximately?
Approximately, it varied, maybe 1 to 2 weekends a month, sometimes not. It just varied depending on when he was out of town.
No, that's true. So
Now,
Kelia brings up a good point. There's agency, and it doesn't mean that the woman would automatically cheat with him. But, 80s, time of power, but time of money. Like this is... There's a lot of women in that Southern California area that attracted to a quick buck and, just trying to make ends meet. So I'm sure there was he's hiring young women. He's not hiring, a 30-year-old, 50, 60-year-old Mrs. Doubtfire types to do these jobs. He's hiring girls that are full-time in school. So I don't know. I question the motivations, but I'm a guy, so that's you can just kind of see it. Like I would question if my brother was hiring 20-year-olds. Like, what's the wife think about that? Oh, she's good.
It's your testimony that Mr. Broderick, the phones were not unplugged until Mr. Broderick told you to unplug them so the mother couldn't call the boys. Is that right?
Objection, that misstates the testimony.
Sustained. Just rephrase it.
Well, did you related an incident where Mr. Broderick told you to unplug the phones
Yes,
so the boys wouldn't hear them ringing? Is that right?
yes.
Were the phones unplugged before then?
Before,
Before that conversation? Or was Ms. Broderick allowed to call freely?
she called all the time.
So there was no time before that conversation where you remember the phones being unplugged?
Before Mr. Broderick asked me
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, there's a bit of a
that
look
time
there.
for me, yeah, that was it. I don't know if he unplugged them when I wasn't there or not.
But while you were there from 10 to 8, I mean, from 12 to 8, we're talking about from lunchtime past dinner, were the phones ever unplugged up until the time that Mr. Broderick finally said unplug them because the mother's upsetting the boys?
Sometimes when I would get there, the phones would be unplugged.
I'll take your point, Billie Jean.
Sometimes he would ask me to unplug them. I'm not really sure what you're trying to ask me.
But I'm going to go again with a trite expression, but a leopard doesn't change its spots, I think is another term that came for terminal cheating types. But there just is something, I don't know, maybe it was one-off and he fell in love with Linda and, you know, they were just meant to be. But it just seems suspicious that he wants to trade in for a younger model just as he's starting to make money and doesn't want to have an equal power relationship with somebody who helped build him up to where he was. But I'm still early in this case too. I'm willing to have my mind changed, but just fascinated by the breadth of opinions we can have on this. This is pretty cool.
What I'm asking you is that you said that Mr. Broderick told you to unplug the phones. Remember that? Remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Before that time, think of that time. Before then, were the phones ever unplugged?
That I saw?
That you saw?
Yes.
Okay. When would that be?
No.
It would be when I got there, the phones would be unplugged. When the girls would get home from school, that didn't last very long.
Corey Richens should be Corey Pori. Pouri. Corey Pori. She's not rich.
Talked on the phone all the time.
Okay. And then when Mr. Broderick came, and then you would unplug the phone.
Oh, no evidence on serial cheating, Billie Jean. No, 100% I don't. All I have is the one incident, and I'm basing it basically like anecdotally on the people that I grew up with that cheated. There's a few people that were in my friend group coming out of high school that got married early and cheated early and cheated often. So you could there's some people who just have a tendency to it. And I remember, being friends with wives that would be like, I can't believe he did it. And it's like, he's with you because you cheated on X. Anyway. So it's personal. I have no evidence to go on that. That's just a little personal speculation about human nature more than it is any particular person. Just happened to be watching the Broderick trial.
You would unplug it again?
Not automatically, only if I was asked to.
Okay. So unless you were asked to, you didn't unplug the phone?
Right.
Okay. And would the phone be unplugged any other times during the day?
By who?
By anybody, other
No.
than the times when you got there?
No. You mean by the children?
By anybody.
By anybody? No.
And pretty much as your memory goes, the phones would be plugged in by the girls when they got home, and then the rest of the day they'd remain plugged in.
Yes.
Okay.
Everyone has agency 100%, but there's people who have tendencies too, and I think that I think we've belabored the situation, that discussion far enough.
Conversation that you had with Mr. Broderick about unplugging the phones, that was right after the incident with Rhett?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling an investigator that it was after a number of calls from Betty that you finally had to sit down and ask Mr. Broderick to do something about the calls, and that's when he unplugged it?
That was another time. I asked him that I told him that I was not accustomed to listening to such vulgar language and to please talk to Mrs. Broderick about it.
Vulgar
so I stopped
language.
answering the phone. I just, I didn't like hearing that sort of stuff.
Well, do you remember, there was an answering machine on the phone, wasn't there?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And you felt that you had to unplug the phone so you couldn't hear the answering machine, the voice on it? You know how to use the answering machine, don't you? You turn it down and people can leave a message,
That's right.
and then you don't have to hear it?
Yes.
But you unplugged the phone so you didn't have to hear it.
Sometimes.
Did unplugging the phone turn down the volume on the answering machine?
No, I would turn down the volume also sometimes.
Okay. And unplug the phone so you wouldn't hear the messages.
Do you know how an answering machine
And
works?
unplug the phones. I would unplug the phones sometimes, or I would just turn the ringers down.
Do you remember telling the investigator that on several occasions you heard conversations where, from Elizabeth Broderick, where she would use the word cunt, and you finally had to talk to Dan about the phone, and Dan then told you to put the answering machine on and turn the phones down?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the district attorney investigator about that incident?
Yes.
Did you tell the district attorney's investigator that there was a phone call that precipitated that?
Yes.
Could you read the paragraph to yourself?
Oh, impeaching another witness?
Starting here, and then go to the next page.
For the record, what you're showing a
I'm
report.
showing a report, Your Honor, that's dated November 30th, 1989.
It's a neighborhood report.
Yes, I believe it was the William Green.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Finish reading that paragraph.
Yes.
Okay. And you remember mentioning to Mr. Green,
About this paragraph?
do you remember mentioning to him that it was a phone call? Is that your testimony?
Yes.
And you remember talking to Mr. Green about it, that it was a phone call. Is that right, that precipitated that incident?
That's right.
The, do you remember ever filing a declaration about that incident for court? Were you ever asked to file a declaration so the court would know about this?
I never did anything personally.
Okay. You indicated at the time Elizabeth Broderick came over had a gun in her car when she came over. The police were obviously called, weren't they?
Yes, I called them.
And they responded to that incident?
Yes, they did. They had just missed her.
You remember the last trial I've asked you, do you remember what the police officer looks like?
No, I don't remember what they look like.
Do you remember what his name was?
I don't remember what their names were.
Okay. Have you seen an incident report about that?
No, I have not seen.
Have you seen a police report?
No, I've never seen a police
Okay.
report.
Since the last trial, when you were asked about that, has anyone shown you a police report?
No,
Has anyone shown you an incident report about that?
nobody's shown me one.
Did you ask for a police report so you could review it?
No, I had no need to.
You didn't file a restraining order, did you?
No, I never filed a restraining order. There was already one on her.
Well, there wasn't one on staying away from you, was there?
Same
No.
guys.
And there was a direct threat to your life, was there not?
Yes, there was.
You were the one that, were you the one that was responsible for, or at least the one who was informed as to how the visits would go between the mother and the children when she would be coming over to pick them up?
Mr. Broderick would let me know when she would come pick them up. He would call me and let me know.
Now, the whether she was going to get to visit with the children on the weekend was decided that Friday. Is that right?
I would learn about it that Friday. I had nothing to do with the parents decided, or the children. I was never part of deciding where the children would go.
Well, were you present during conversations where the children would be asking their mother to visit with them on the phone?
Yes, I would overhear some of those conversations.
And would you overhear conversations between the boys and their father about wanting to visit?
Yes, I would.
And was the response, "I'll let you know later," or was it always, "Okay, here's how we'll do it"?
That was, we'll talk about it.
Okay. And then Friday of that weekend, you would be told whether she was or was not going to be allowed to have a visit.
That's right.
Did the boys were they upset about wanting to visit their mother?
Were they upset
That they wanted to and they weren't being allowed to?
from if Mr. Broderick would say no?
Yes.
Sometimes.
Would they be upset during the week just because they didn't know if they were going to be able to visit their mother?
No, they were just uncertain.
You helped the boys with their homework?
Yes, I did.
Did the children have any special medical problems that you were aware of?
Objection, Your Honor, is all that can be done, so.
Overall, do you know if they had any special problems?
No, I don't know if they did or not.
The answer stands.
No allergies or no hay fever?
Nothing more than a common cold. If they were sick, they wouldn't have gone to school. I would have been called, and I was never called in.
But no chronic problem, like some kids have chronic running noses or hay fever, where they have to go to a doctor or asthma.
I
Nothing.
never took them to a doctor,
No.
other than the dentist or Dr. Sparta.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
You don't know if any of the kids developed problems after you left working for Mr. Broderick, obviously.
That's right, I wouldn't know that.
And I take it that what you're indicating is you didn't know how the visitation was set up between the parents. You would simply be advised by Mr. Broderick on Friday what the plan was, because that's when you needed to know.
That's right.
Sometimes you would need to know whether the kids were coming home from school to be with Mr. Broderick or whether they're being picked up by Mrs. Broderick.
That's right.
And counsel asked you to read a paragraph in this report. He didn't ask you to read the previous paragraph. In the previous paragraph, you described the incident that you've testified here regarding the phone call that you overheard between Rhett and his mother.
Yeah,
Your Honor, Your Honor, they can read the paragraph, but that is an incorrect characterization.
Well, the way you do it, Ms. Wells, is you have to read it to herself and ask her what it says.
Okay.
Just read that paragraph to yourself
You
now.
want to read this paragraph here?
Judge gives a lot of helpful advice compared to the current trials. Like every time, I guess I'm just thinking about how they talk to a pro se or prospective pro se client. Like, do you know how to enter in evidence? But right there, the judge is like, what you do is you ask her this, then do this. Now go. Floral prints were super popular back then. I didn't realize.
And what were you describing in that paragraph? Which one were you reading? Well, I don't know if that's a
No.
Like the age gap between the witness and the stenographer is probably 40 years, 30 to 40 years. And they could be shopping at the exact same place.
Don't read it, just answer the question.
Is it the conversation with respect to, that you've already testified to?
yes, it's the conversation that Rhett had with his mother.
that precipitated the cutting the hair.
That's right.
I have no further questions.
Your thoughts?
You're saying that that related to the next paragraph?
Your Honor, she didn't write the report.
I'm just asking.
Well, that's the wrong person's to say.
You're asking the wrong person.
You indicated that that was a common conversation she had with Red. Isn't that true? That you heard that a number of times where she would say, I'm not going to talk to you until the cunt's gone?
Yes.
Till the cunt's gone. I love how they're just like throwing down cunt. Well, I don't love it, but I mean, it must have been tamped down on it because there seemed to be much less of this in later trials. Kelly says, I think Judge Kranick changed his willingness to help Sarah after viewing the videos. I think that's a very distinctive point of the trial. In the pretrial hearings, when Owens was trying to get the video thrown out because of the Miranda reading, Judge Kranick said, well, I can save us some time. I can view it on my own tonight. I can, and then I'll be prepared to speak on it rather than us having to view it all here in the courtroom as a group together. And when he came back that next day, I remember there was just a certain look in his face, like, really? We're here for trial 4 years later on a case where I just saw more evidence than I need to convict just right there? Like, all right. Give your Miranda warning or argument, Mr. Owens, but I'll warn you, I watched the video and your client is probably going to be guilty.
That was not just one time, that was a number of times.
Yes, this time seemed especially bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, he seemed extraordinarily deferential to her prior to it, like, going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he had a bad shake with the previous judge. I don't know. In any case, I'm not going to give you any reason to, think that I'm working against you. I'm going to listen to you dutifully. I'm going to give you a chance to speak. And yeah, in the end, it didn't really matter.
My first question. Any further?
Oh, Your Honor.
Witness be excused.
No objection.
Surely.
This is second trial. No, we won't be doing the first.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am.
For the Family Court Services as a mediator.
So this will be Dr. Ruth Roth. Dr. Ruth Roth.
And what then would you be doing as a mediator for Family Court Services?
Trying to help parents resolve for themselves what the arrangement would be with regard to custody and visitation of their children.
So you don't work as far as settling property disputes, you work regarding the children?
Only the children.
Okay. And was that something that you did full-time for that 10-year period of time for Family Court Services, essentially?
Part of the time it was full-time, part of the time it was 3 days a week.
Okay. And then what did you do once you left that position?
I went into private practice.
And what do you do in private practice?
Primarily, 90% of my caseload is what I call extended mediation.
And what does that mean?
It's an elaboration of the Family Court Services process. It is more in the nature of a full psychological evaluation with regard to child custody and visitation disputes. The difference is at the end of my evaluation, I meet with the parents together for 2 hours and utilizing the information I've acquired as a result of testing, as a result of clinical interviews, try to help the parents decide for themselves what type of child sharing plan would be in the children's best interest.
You're basically still doing the same thing as far as trying to mediate custody disputes. You're doing it now in the private sector as opposed to working for the courts. Is that correct?
Yes, and in a more elongated fashion.
Okay. And is it when parents are going through a divorce or a custody dispute, must they go through some sort of mediation before they ultimately go through a trial?
Yes, as of January of 1981, based on a pilot program in San Diego County, 4607 of the Civil Code mandates mediation between the parents prior to any contested custody or visitation litigation.
Okay. So they have to either do it through Family Court Services or they have the option of doing it through a private mediator such as yourself.
Yes.
Okay. And approximately how many cases have you been involved in attempting to mediate these sorts of things?
Upwards of 6,000.
Directing your attention to early 1987, were you asked in your capacity as a mediator to be involved in attempting to mediate the custody issues in the Broderick divorce?
Yes.
How was it that you were approached to do that?
I was approached by Tricia Smith, who was then the attorney for Mrs. Broderick, and for Gerald Barry, who was the attorney for Mr. Broderick, to try to assist them in private mediation with regard to the child custody issues in lieu of family court services.
And do you know why they were coming to you as opposed to family court services?
Your Honor, objection.
Speculation.
Sustained.
Did you have any information about whether or not the defendant was refusing to go through conciliation court, family court services?
Yes.
And what was that?
Your Honor, objection.
Well, do you have personal knowledge of why?
No, sir.
All right, sustained.
So the attorneys from both sides, essentially, the one representing Mr. Broderick, the one representing Mrs. Broderick, essentially came to you and asked you if you would do the mediation. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was an agreement between them.
A stipulation.
Objection, asked, answered.
Overruled, the answer would stand.
And did you agree to do so?
Yes.
Can you just briefly describe for us, without going into too much detail, what your process is then when you decide to attempt to mediate a case?
I meet with each parent separately. I meet with each child old enough to be interviewed separately. I frequently meet with all the children and each parent in a separate session so I can see the family constellation. I may do psychological testing. And then I meet with the parents together for 2 hours to try to help them to resolve the issues that are in dispute.
Okay. Do you ultimately, if you work things out, do you ultimately write a report for the court?
Yes. I send a letter to both attorneys detailing specifically what the arrangements are going to be with regard to custody and visitation.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to March of 1987, did you have a meeting with the defendant, Elizabeth Broderick, in relation to this attempted mediation?
Yes.
And was that on March 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. Was this the first time that you had met with her?
Yes.
And this was, you were having a meeting with her first, and then you were going to have a meeting with Mr. Broderick, essentially?
That was the plan.
Okay. Can you describe for us what you informed Mrs. Broderick of at that first meeting? Did you explain to her what the process was?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
I told her that the format for the extended mediation basically, as I just told you, and I told her that my job, that I had the best part, that my job was to be an advocate for the children, that she and Mr. Broderick were adults and had attorneys representing them, and the children don't get an attorney. So even though I'm not an attorney, I'm the closest thing to an attorney that children have. And so I have the best part. And I was going to try to help Mrs. Broderick and Mr. Broderick decide on a rational child sharing plan so that the children would have as stable and normal an existence as possible.
Betty Broderick does not get any
Your position was not to
overnights.
take sides for either parent. Your position was to
Your
try
Honor,
and...
objection, repeats every answer. Is that true?
Sustained.
Just attempting to clarify, Your Honor, but I'll move on. What was Mrs. Broderick's response when you described this procedure to her? What happened in the meeting?
She actually didn't respond to that part of it. She sort of started off with her own agenda.
And what do you mean by that?
She started to tell me what she wanted to tell me, I guess.
Okay, and what was it that she wanted to tell you?
So that's, mistake number one. If you're going in to see a mediator, I imagine you come there and listen to what the mediator has to say before you say a single word. Like the mediator will either say, "This is my sense of the case, tell me where I'm wrong," or something. But to just come in and, start firing on all cylinders probably doesn't give the best impression. We have just over an hour. We have an hour and 5 minutes of raw testimony left from today's video.
She said that Dr. Stephen Sparta, who was then the therapist for the two younger children, Rhett and Danny, had said that she could not have visitation with them. And went on to say that she thought that Dr. Sparta was not fair. She believed him to be in Mr. Broderick's pocket.
And how did you respond to that?
LZB has a shout out. LZB is a moderator and member of the channel, and it asks if she can use her shout out to say hi to her daughter. See if I can get this pronounced properly. Her name is Abri. We're enjoying each other's company and having a good day. Well, Abri, thank you for joining the stream. I'm glad to have you out there. I'm glad to have you and LZB out there enjoying each other's company and enjoying our company. I hope you're having a good day, because today is a great day to have a good day. Not only a good day, but a great day. Thank you for listening in. Really appreciate it.
Probably in a non-committal fashion. I don't actually remember. I probably would have said something like,
Your Honor, objection, calls for speculation.
And I
Well,
was on
sustained,
mute.
doesn't remember.
No, I'm just kidding.
You don't remember?
not specifically.
That's fine.
Was she just so she appeared to be angry at Dr. Sparta because he had recommended something against visitation?
Yes.
Did she say anything about concerns that you were also in
Abri
Dan
is
Broderick's
here
pocket?
on the stream.
Not at that moment, but I think later, yes.
Okay. Was there a time that you explained to her otherwise?
Yes, I told her that I didn't know Mr. Broderick at all, that I really hadn't even heard of him, and knew that he was an attorney, but I didn't know him.
I guess she goes by Dr. Ruth Roth rather than just Dr. Ruth, because there was Dr. Ruth Westheimer, who was also a famous doctor of the era.
So you attempted to assure her that you were not being paid or in Mr. Broderick's pocket?
Yes, I probably told her that I had,
Your objection, calls for speculation.
What's your best recollection of what you told her?
Your Honor, I still it's an objection unless she remembers.
I asked her what her best recollection was.
Overruled. What's your best recollection?
I told her that I had done mediation for a number of attorneys and judges and other people who were fairly prominent, and I didn't care if he was president of the bar or not. I still didn't know him, and it wouldn't have made a difference if I had, or
Good for
something
her.
along that line.
What then happened in your discussions with her?
I can totally see that from her attitude, too, that she's the type of person, I don't give a fuck he's the president of the bar. He's a parent. She's a parent. I'm coming in to evaluate two parents. Now, bring them to me.
I tried to find out what Mrs. Broderick wanted from the process, what she was asking for.
Is that something that you normally do when you start off?
It's always what I do.
Okay.
This is a extended mediation, or any kind of mediation. It's a very focused, short-term process. It's not.
This is interesting, too. So she's obviously skilled at this. This isn't just mediation, like I'm going to listen to you, see if we can find common ground. She's applying a strict framework of negotiation. Your wants, let's narrow it down, balance things out. But she seems like a no-nonsense type person that, can either say, okay, they're not going to negotiate. This isn't going anywhere, which is probably what happened. But yeah, this isn't just negotiation on vibes. This is negotiation based off of, written strategies. We get to this part, we don't get agreement to here, we call off negotiations. Or
Therapy. The purpose is to get the parents to reach
Your
an
Honor,
agreement.
objection, non-responsive.
Well, sustained. Just another question.
What is the purpose of your job there?
Your Honor, objection irrelevant, it's just going to statements.
Overruled. Can I ask that? What's the purpose of your job?
To try to help the parents to reach an agreement with regard to a child sharing plan.
Okay. And not
Abri.
to provide therapy for either one of them.
did I get it wrong? Is it Abri? Because if it's Abri, then I give a special thanks to Abri and say sorry to Abri, because Abri's not even here to hear But a Bree, if a Bree is here in the chat, a special shout out to you. And I'm even more glad to have a Bree here than Abri, who might be the wrong person. Woohoo! Welcome to the stream.
Not at all.
Okay. When you asked Mrs. Broderick then, what did she want out of the process? What did she respond?
She started to tell me why she was angry at Mr. Broderick and how she felt treated unfairly.
Okay. Was that something that you continued to discuss, or did you try to talk about something else, or what happened then?
I tried to talk about, I let her go for a little while, thinking that once she told me what she wanted to say, we could then get on to the child-centered issues.
Okay.
But I wasn't very successful.
Okay. What happened? What happened in the discussion?
She told me that there were rats in her house, that she made a statement that went along the lines of, let him see what 4 kids are about besides fucking.
Okay. What was that in
Man enough to fuck the kids into existence, be man enough to bring them up.
relation to when she said, let him see what 4 kids are about besides that?
Well, at that point, I didn't know. Then she went on to tell me that he had the children,
Okay.
something that I didn't know.
Okay. And so did you ask her how it was that he got the children?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She told me that she had taken them to his house on Easter Sunday and dropped them and their stuff off so that he could see what it was like to raise them.
Okay. And that's when she made the statement about let him see what 4 kids is about besides
Yes.
Fucking.
Did she say anything else about that?
She said he has everything now.
If you're pausing, you're pausing because of the language that was used by Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes.
Okay. If you would, please, I would like you to give us the direct quote, if you have the direct quote.
Quote, he has everything now and the cunt. End quote.
Was, how would you describe her demeanor when she was saying this?
She was angry.
You don't just say, hey, cunt. Hey, Scott, how you doing, you cunt? Sounds like it would be something you say when you're angry. Hey, Scott, fuck you.
Did you try to then get her to talk about what it was she wanted out of the process?
I don't recall at that point that I could break in because she went on.
Okay.
She went on to tell me that, do you want me to?
Go ahead.
Yeah, quote it.
She went on to tell me that she hadn't gotten her support yet and a bunch of other things having to do with the children. She was just very angry. And at that point, I let her run with it. Mm-hmm. I thought that if she got to say all the things that she wanted to say that I thought were pent up inside, then I could get to the agenda that I needed to deal with.
Okay.
That is a customer service trick. I worked in retail management for a number of years, and one of the best strategies when dealing with they weren't called Karens then. I think that was more of a last 5 years. But anyway, that type of a customer, I want to see the manager. You listen to them. You just listen and, oh my God. Okay, then what did the employee do? Oh, that's awful. Okay, no, tell me more. Look, if I don't understand why you're upset, how am I going to help you, please? And eventually, a lot of them reach a burnout where they've had this trauma dump on you. They've told you about how, they weren't respected by this low-level employee that's, barely able to do their job in the first place. You've nodded accordingly. Now you can work together towards a solution. So she's basically, sounds like she was treating Betty like a bad customer or a child. Like, okay, get it all out. There, deep breaths. Okay, what are we going to do to fix this?
And so I let her go.
Okay. And then what happened?
toward the end, I told her that it seemed to me, more in an attempt to mollify her, that she had been the primary parent, that she had been what I call a stay-home mommy. And that it seemed to me that regardless of what happened, probably by the end of this mediation, she could get the kids back.
And what was her response to that?
She got even angrier.
Okay, what did she say?
She said, quote, "I'm not going to be a single parent of 4 kids. He'll die first."
Okay.
To the mediator, who is a court appointee. Like, so this is now rising to the scope of Sarah's self-snitching in her own letters to the judge, where she's giving evidence against her own sanity with every word she says, trying to defend herself as only she can. Wow. I'm going to go back just 10 seconds there and fully absorb that. Okay, about 15 seconds.
And what was her response to that?
She got even angrier.
Okay, what did she say?
She said, quote, "I'm not going to be a single parent of 4 kids. He'll die first."
Okay. What, do you recall how you responded to that?
Probably said, "What?"
What?
And she went on.
And what did she say?
She said, "The less I see them or hear from them, the better. No bother, no kids." End quote.
Did, how were you responding to this? Did you have any concerns about what she was saying?
I had concerns for a couple of reasons. The most immediate being that the law in the state of California that governs the license that I hold requires that I report a direct threat to the person being threatened. It's called the Tarasoff decision. And I sort of wanted to check out that I heard right, so I didn't
press.
Do something that was presumptuous. And I asked her,
Did I hear you
I said,
right?
"Did you say that he'll die first?" And she said, quote, you'll see, I'm not telling you. He's a cunt fucker." And I said, "No, tell me her name." And she yelled, "Cunt." And that was sort of how the first session ended.
Okay.
Session 1.
Yeah.
Session 1 in the books. Wow. I would love to read the notes from session 1 of Dr. Ruth Roth's meeting with Betty Broderick. I think that would make a fun, dramatic read.
You've brought along some notes with you. Were
Wow.
you taking notes when you had this interview with Mrs. Broderick?
Yes, I always take notes during custody mediations.
So that implies there's a session 2. We do have about an hour of her testimony today. Strap in.
Okay. And
Smoke 'em if you
if
got
they
'em.
make statements that you think are important, you write them down.
Yes.
Okay. When you say that you said to her, "Tell me her name," what were you referring to?
Mr. Broderick's then girlfriend.
Okay. And you were attempting to get Mrs. Broderick to just call her by name and talk about her as a person as opposed to...
Your Honor, I object. There's a place for the witness and a place for the attorney.
Sustained bleeding.
Your Honor, I would also object to the speaking objections of counsel. He can make the appropriate objection.
Your Honor, and she knows how to ask appropriate non-leading questions.
Both of you know how to ask questions. The objection sustained on the basis that it's leading. Rephrase the question.
Thank you.
Children.
You tried to divert her from using that language. Were you successful?
No.
Can you describe her, did her demeanor change at all during this meeting?
During the first session?
Yes. You indicated that she was angry. Was that consistent throughout?
Yes.
Okay. What happened then? How did the meeting end? Why did the meeting end?
The time was up.
Okay. Had you made any headway as far as getting anything done in that meeting?
No.
Do you, I'm not sure if you said, and I apologize if I'm asking a repeated question, do you usually just have one meeting with mom, one meeting with dad, and then with the kids, or do you sometimes have more than one meeting with each parent?
I usually have one meeting with each parent, one meeting with each child, and so forth.
Okay. Did you just have one meeting with Elizabeth Broderick, or did you decide to do something else?
No, I had more meetings.
Okay.
Bring her back. I don't think we got everything out of her in the first session.
What happened?
I'm stubborn, and I wanted to see if I could make some headway. And so I had another meeting, I scheduled another meeting with Mrs. Broderick that was 2 hours long.
Okay. And
I'm thinking this is a success-oriented person, and she was like, maybe I just caught her on a bad day. Some people, sometimes get a little excitable. She came in here, bluster. Maybe she was in traffic and she was just working herself up for this meeting. Give her another chance. I'll schedule a 2-hour meeting. We'll sit, we'll talk. Maybe I'll really get to know Elizabeth Broderick.
Was that on March 12th of 1987?
Yes.
Now, before you had that meeting, you talked a little bit about the Tarasoff ruling and your obligation as a therapist to warn someone if someone else has made threats that you're aware of, correct?
Yes.
Did you make that warning to Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
Okay. Did you advise anyone else of the threat?
Yes.
Who was that?
I called the police department, but they hung up on me. And then
What?
I called Mr. Barry, who was then Mr. Broderick.
Excuse me. She called the police department. Now, wow. 80s LA. I wonder, was there a problem with the police just hanging up on? Wow.
Attorney.
Okay. So you advised Mr. Broderick as well as his attorney?
Yes.
The police is like, no, Jesus Christ, murders. No, we've got enough car thefts to deal with. We don't have time for stop a murder. Call us when he's dead. That's it. That's how the police were.
I sort of wanted to.
My speculation.
I wanted someone else to know besides Mr. Broderick.
Okay. Now, can you describe?
It's like the missing person thing. They're like, call us after 24 hours. And then they have all these shows like the first 48, and the most essential time in trying to return a victim to their family is the first 48 hours. But let's just let it cook for the first 24. If you think someone's missing, by the way, this is maybe just a shout out to anyone who's listening. You call immediately if you think someone's missing. You don't need to wait 24 hours. 24 hours is a TV stupid trope. If someone's not where they're supposed to be 2 hours from when they were supposed to have been there and would always be there, you can start the lookout then, and you've got a much better chance of finding someone after they've been missing for 2 hours than 24 fucking hours. Me mad.
First, what happened in the second meeting that you had with her?
Yes. I sort of made up my mind ahead of time that I was going to keep control of the situation, and I was going to do it in a very focused fashion so that it would stick to the issues. And I asked Mrs. Broderick to tell me a little history, to tell me what had happened and how this situation got to this point, because neither attorney had sent me any pleadings.
And when you're talking about how the situation had gotten to that point, you're talking about the custody situation. You wanted to know why the children were where they were?
Yes, I wanted to know when they separated. I wanted to know what led up to the children being with Mr. Broderick. I thought if I gave her a structure, a format, then we could keep it on track and get through the process.
Okay. Were you able to keep it on track and get through the process?
No.
What happened?
She responded by telling me that she lived in a house with rats and had no money. And then she went on to tell me that she had taken the children and their things to Mr. Broderick's house and left them there so he could raise them.
Okay. Did she make any other statement about what his response was when she had done that?
Yes.
What'd she say?
She said, quote, and you know what? And you know what the cocksucker fucker did? He kept them, end quote. I'm sorry, I'm not good with that language, Miss Wells.
Okay.
Can I curse? She did a pretty good job.
And I,
Okay, so rest in peace, Dr. Ruth Roth. Dr. Ruth Roth died in 2015. We'll pour out a little liquor for her. Let's read what the rest of this has to say. After the trial, Dr. Roth continued her long career as a prominent figure in the San Diego family law community. She remained highly respected for her work in mediating high-conflict child custody disputes, providing therapeutic services to families. Upon her death, members of the legal community described her as a treasure who had a huge impact on the field of family mediation. Oh, good for her. 10 years ago, Dr. Roth has left us.
I apologize.
So 25 more years from this trial, though, so good for you, Dr. Ruth Roth.
I think I'm blushing.
She is a little bit. What made her blush? That was because of the swearing, right?
Was I done that?
Yes.
What'd she say?
She said, quote, and you know what the cocksucker fucker did? He kept them, end quote. I'm sorry, I'm not.
He almost sounds like the guys at the beginning of Usual Suspects, where it's like, okay, say the line on the card. Give me your money, cocksucker. Motherfucker. Stephen Baldwin, Guillermo del Toro, Kevin Spacey.
Good with that language, Miss Wells.
Okay.
We're going to make you say it again.
You done that?
Yes.
What'd she say?
She said, quote, and you know what the cocksucker fucker did? He kept them, end quote. I'm sorry, I'm not good with that language, Miss Wells.
Okay. And I apologize.
I think I'm blushing.
Okay. Was when she made that quote, do you know what he did? He kept them.
LZB is listening with a Brie, and Dr. Ruth Roth is cussing up a storm. I'm so sorry, Abri. You shouldn't be hearing this kind of language.
How was she saying that?
She was angry. Angry and sort of, I guess angry covers it best. Angry and sort of, she sounded almost surprised.
Was that getting on track as far as you were concerned? Or did you, again, try to focus her on something?
Yes, I wanted to get back to the issues because this wasn't getting any place. And I told her that while I didn't know what Mr. Broderick's position would be, based on what she had told me, what I could glean from it, that she had been the primary parent, what I had said before.
Right.
And that we needed to work things out. And I wanted her to tell me what kind of plan she had in mind. Most people come into mediation with some kind of plan, whether rational or otherwise. They have some kind of an agenda as to what they want from the process.
And
even Sarah had ideas of what she wanted. And just like Dr. Roth said, rational or irrational, at least she had ideas of what she wanted. I want him to hear for the maximum amount of time every weekend, plus overnights. The prison can give us our own cell. We can just stay in there together and enjoy each other's company. We can have puzzles and paint.
she indicate to you that she wanted?
Margie 420.
Well,
Welcome to the chat.
she said, quote, "No way. I'm not going to be the single mother of 4 kids. I've already told you that. He'll die first. I'm not letting go of him that easy. The little fucker was mine and he'll stay mine." End quote.
Poor Bree out here listening with LZB to this foul language.
Was she also angry when she was making these statements?
She was yelling.
How did you respond to her yelling this?
The yelling doesn't bother me. The statement bothered me, and according to I said something stupid like, "Are you threatening him?" I was more startled than anything else.
Okay. And what did she say when you asked her, "Are you threatening him?"
She said, I think she thought it was a dumb sentence too. She said, "I'll threaten the cocksucker. I threaten the cocksucker all the time. You know what else? You know what else he does besides sucking?" I thought she said sucking, and that's what I wrote. And I repeated that. And she said, "Not sucking. She sucks. He fucks."
Hold on, Betty. I'm just going to stop you right there. Did you say sucking or fucking after the cocksucker? Cock fucking? Or cock? So I just want my notes to be, this is a legal document, Betty. It's just very important I get this right. Can we go back over this for the record? Sure. He sucks. She fucks. They're fuckers. Fuck them.
Repeated that. And she said, "Not sucking. She sucks. He fucks." At that point, I ran out of patience.
Did, when you say you ran out of patience, did you confront her about the language and say anything about knock it off?
Yes.
Okay.
Essentially what I said was, I may have even said knock it off. I said, "This is about the kids. Look, let's settle down.
If you don't stop saying the bad words, you're not going to get the money."
You're a grown-up and so am I. Tell me what you want from this process. Use her name and let's talk about what we're going to get done.
Okay. When you did that, what did she do? When you kind of tried to confront her about it?
She told me she didn't want me to take notes anymore. She said she wouldn't stay if I wrote anything else down.
I don't like those notes. Sorry, did you say sucker or fucker on that last one? You're writing this down? You're on his side.
Right. So she was obviously aware that you were taking notes. You were doing that in front of her.
Yes, I had a legal-sized yellow pad and a pen in my lap, and I was writing.
Okay.
Big bad.
And what happened when she told you she didn't want you to take notes anymore?
I stopped taking notes. I didn't want her to leave.
Okay. So you were still interested in continuing on and trying to do something?
Yes, I told you I'm stubborn.
Okay.
Good for you.
What did you talk to her at all about, other people go through divorces, other people go through these kinds of things?
Your Honor, objection, leading, sustained.
Well, did you talk to her about anything else about other people dealing with these kinds of problems?
Bless you. Bless you.
Yes, I was trying to calm her, and I said, I do mediation all the time. Divorce is a very painful thing. Very rarely is it done mutually. Lots of times people have affairs. Sometimes the affairs are even with somebody who's close to them, like somebody who works for them.
Objection is all irrelevant.
This is what she advised the defendant.
Overrule. Go ahead.
Sometimes it's even a relative, and it hurts. It hurts a lot. But, you're lucky. You have children that are healthy, who love you. And
Good
let's
message.
get on with it. Let's figure out what we're going to do here.
Okay. This was in 1987, correct? March of 1987 that you had these meetings?
Yes.
Were you aware that she had been separated from Mr. Broderick since February of 1985?
No, neither lawyer had sent me any pleadings. I sort of started where I started.
Okay. When you talked to her about that, about essentially let's look at the positive, what was her response?
Dr. Roth has an elegance about her that reminds me of
Her
Helen
response
Mirren.
appeared to be that she didn't want
Not quite a
the
same
kids
look,
back
but
unless she could have
I think a similar
everything
vibe.
back, unless she could continue to be Mrs. Daniel Broderick and have the family that she had before. The husband and the children in the house. She was just angry.
How did this particular meeting end, the second one? If you
Badly. I mean, I didn't accomplish anything.
Okay. Did what was your intent at that point? Was your intent to go on or stop or what?
I thought that she would calm down. I thought that maybe this was venting that she needed to do, And I decided to try to keep on with it.
Did you have another meeting with Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, a week later.
Before having that meeting, did you also have a meeting with Dan Broderick?
Yes.
And that was for purposes of this mediation?
Yes.
You had never met him before?
I don't recall ever having heard his name before.
Can you tell us about your meeting with Dan Broderick? What was his attitude about mediating the custody dispute?
I don't have any notes from that meeting. And I can't exactly tell you why I don't have any notes, except at that point I think that if I wasn't going to take notes.
Welcome, Ocean Sounds. You are now a member on the only level at Dan D True Crime. Love to have your membership. Thank you for joining.
With Mrs. Broderick, I also wouldn't take notes with Mr. Broderick. So I can't tell you anything specific that he said.
Okay. Do you recall anything about his attitude?
Your Honor, objection, it's not irrelevant.
Annie Potts, yes.
Just answer.
Designing women.
Yes.
Can you describe it for us?
Pleasant.
I might have to throw a little George Clooney at you there, too. He got to start on that show. If people aren't aware.
Mild-mannered.
Did it appear as though he was interested in attempting to resolve this dispute?
Your Honor, I have an objection. Your Honor, it's irrelevant.
I disagree.
Overrule is relevant.
Or are you thinking Ghostbusters, Annie Potts?
Was
Either
at least
way.
some ruling last time about what we can get into and what we can't, what releases there's been.
Well, no, overrule, she can answer what his, if he wanted to resolve the dispute on custody, just did he or didn't.
Yes, sir, he did.
Wanted something else, I suppose.
Was he in any way throwing up roadblocks to you attempting to mediate this dispute?
Your Honor, I have
Sustained. Wanted something else.
You indicated that you did have a third meeting with Mrs. Broderick, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that on March 19th?
Yes.
And did you take any notes?
I tried, but she wouldn't let me.
Okay. Do you recall essentially what occurred at that meeting?
Yes. She told me she'd
Good
always
call
been a
on
good
Annie
mother,
Potts.
always been there, and had taken the children every place and done all the things that a mother who is not employed does with and for her children. And I believed her.
Okay. Did she indicate whether or not she wanted custody of the kids, or what happened? What ultimately happened
Oh,
in
George
this meeting?
Clooney was Facts of Life, not Designing Women. Right.
No, she didn't
Never mind.
indicate that she wanted custody of the kids.
No George Clooney for you.
The more she talked about it, and it started off fairly calmly, she got angrier and angrier and went over the things that she had said before. She felt, I think, that she had lost. And I tried to tell her that, see, I thought I was making progress. I tried to tell her that we could work things out, that I thought that she could have the children back. And at this point, I'd already talked to Mr. Broderick. And we needed to work out visitation.
Okay.
And what did she have in mind, if she got them back, that he could have her visitation?
And do you recall what her response was?
She didn't want him to have visitation.
Okay.
And she got very angry then.
Now you're looking at some notes. You indicated you didn't take any notes at the time. Did you jot down some notes after your meeting?
Yes. After the meeting was over, I wrote down some notes because at this point, I was apprehensive isn't the right word, but I thought that I had better keep a record of the session. So I wrote some notes afterward.
Now you indicated that she got angry in that session. It was similar to the anger that she'd had before.
Little shameless
Very similar
George
to the anger
Clooney.
that she had before.
Okay, can you describe the degree of her anger if you can? Can you qualify it?
Inordinate.
Okay.
She was very, 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 very angry.
Did you attempt to do anything when she was angry to get her off on another subject just to see how that worked?
Yes, I wanted to see if I could. She was wearing a gorgeous Diane Fries dress. I recognize it. And I told her how pretty the dress was. And she told me that it's a good kind of dress to wear when when you gain too much weight. And since I fall in the same category, I was interested. And we talked about the dress a little bit. And she told me how much it cost. And she was charming.
Okay.
And
was there any significance of that to you, that at the height of her anger that you could change the subject and she would talk charmingly?
yes, I, at this point, wanted to try to assess her psychological condition. And I wanted to see if the topic were something other than her divorce, if she could be rational. And she was rational and charming and very pleasant.
And what did that indicate to you, just about her feelings about the divorce?
They were irrational.
That when she talked about her divorce,
No, I have an objection to the conclusion unless this is going to be an expert witness. I guess treated as such.
Sustained.
Was there anything about Elizabeth Broderick that suggested to you that she was...
Now, we heard about the Diane Freeze dress, so I just needed to see it for myself. This lovely dress is listed as a Diane Freeze dress for $250. I could see how that could be both flattering to someone with conventionally attractive proportions or people with other body shapes and sizes. It looks like a very accommodating and comfortable garment.
irrational or psychotic or out of control, or was she just angry?
Your Honor, again, I object.
Sustained unless you're going to qualify as an expert as well. She testified she didn't see her for therapy. Excuse me, for custody counseling.
Well, how would you just describe her demeanor then?
Most of the time she was enraged. She was furious.
Okay.
She was yelling.
What, did you get any feeling for whether or not Elizabeth Broderick was an intelligent woman?
Yes.
What was...
She's a very intelligent woman.
Any problems with her cognitively?
Sarah would have just beamed if somebody said that about her in the courtroom. Like, there's no way she wouldn't have done a little shift and neck raise. Like, that's right. Of course, nobody said it, but she would have loved it.
Understanding what you were talking about, for example.
No, she is very intelligent, very perceptive.
Would
There's a lot of slagging her foul language for how much everyone else is swearing. I think Betty's the only one who hasn't said a swear word in the court case so far.
You've indicated that you have obviously talked to a lot of people going through divorces. How was...
Everybody's piggybacking on her previous swearing and getting to swear by proxy without taking any responsibility for it. It's bullshit.
Was Elizabeth Broderick's demeanor compared to all of these other people?
No, this is irrelevant unless this is an expert witness.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'd like to be heard on that. I think she can compare it to other people.
All other people in the same situation with child custody.
Yeah.
Lay a bit of foundation there.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I thought I was asking. In comparison to all of the people that you've dealt with at mediating child custody disputes, and obviously seeing different variations of anger, where would you put Elizabeth Broderick?
She may be the angriest person I ever saw. She's one of the top two anyway.
Who's number two? Like, angriest person I ever saw. Top two anyway. That doesn't... Even Betty's thinking, oh yeah, you represented... Wow. That's quite a statement to say about someone. Like, not top five, or, you're not ballparking it when you say top two. Like, there was one guy that was like certifiably mental, insane, over the top crazy, and then Betty right behind him.
And when you made this tear-off warning to Mr. Broderick, was that something that you do as a matter? I mean, is that something that happens often?
No.
How many times in the course of your career have you made tear-off warnings?
In the last more than 15 years, I've made 3 to judges where people didn't like the ruling and threatened to harm the judge, and to one other person that I can remember now other than Mr. Broderick.
What happened at the end of this third meeting? I believe you indicated that you started talking about her dress. What happened right after that?
She got angry again, and I tried to turn her again, and I was able to do it. And she started to talk about the children, and then she got up abruptly, and she said, "I'm not coming back here." And I said, "What?" I thought I was making progress. I said, "What?" And she said, "I'm not coming back here. You're too good. You make me forget I'm angry at the little fucker and his cunt. I don't want those kids as a single."
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
The poor stenographer.
I'm not.
I hope she pre-prepared her shorthand for cunt and fucker and all of that before the trial. She's not having to make it up on the go. This is foul, foul, foul. That is a Diane Freeze dress. Kitten Pusher was just catching up. That was the dress that helped the mediator connect to Betty and make her forget how much she hated that fucker.
Not coming back here. You are too good.
You make me forget I'm angry at the little fucker and his cunt. I don't want those kids as a single mother. I won't let you talk me into it.
And then what happened?
Even Dr. Ruth didn't talk with this clinically.
She got up
And left?
and left. Fairly pleasantly. She wasn't angry then.
She was just making a very firm statement about her feelings.
Cindy Von
Yes, she
Minden, I
was.
haven't seen you in here before.
As I
Welcome.
remember it being pleasant.
Glad to have you in our marathon. Hope to see you more.
Did you also? Well, I take it that there was never any. Well, excuse me. Let me back up. Were there any other meetings with Elizabeth Broderick after this third one? For purposes of mediation?
No.
Okay. Did the mediation ever go through? Were you ever able to work out anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you never ended up filing any sort of report or recommendation with the court?
No.
Did you start as a therapist providing therapy for Danny Broderick?
Yes.
And this was about the same period of time?
Yes.
Okay. And was that at Mr. Broderick's request? Were you aware, I'm sorry, let me back up. Were you aware that Danny was living with Mr. Broderick at the time?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Broderick contact you for purposes of giving therapy to Danny?
I don't remember if it was Mr. Broderick specifically or Mr. Barry. It could have been one and it could have been the other.
Okay. And for how long did you provide therapy for Danny?
Sec, I have to take this. Crazy that there's a phone with a ringer. I guess you couldn't turn off. No, you could turn off the ringer because they definitely had those phones with the light on it. And it had the 6 buttons at the bottom. It still looked like your standard desktop phone. That's weird that that's ringing. Just giving full transparency, I bumped the clock by about 7 minutes. I'm basically keeping the clock with how much more testimony there is. And then if I stop it like this, I'll add it in. But just to give you an idea of how much time's left in the stream, if you're holding off to the end before you start doing something, you know it's relatively close. But I'm not trying to cheat extra viewing minutes out of you, just letting you know.
Approximately 6 months.
And during the time that you were providing therapy for Danny, did you have contact with Dan Broderick,
in
Mr.
the
Broderick?
family.
Yes.
Okay. Was he, can you indicate for us, was he concerned about his children?
Your Honor, you can't ask that question unless I am allowed to cross-examine by seeing all the notes, which I can deny.
Sustained.
Oh yeah, it's not going to want the
Well, then
defense
I'd like
to see
to
her
be
notes.
heard at sidebar. I don't
Sidebar.
believe there's any privilege with respect.
So this is interesting. the defense and probably Betty herself wants to see these notes. So she's referencing the notes, and the state is asking about it. Then he's saying that opens the door to him having access to it, I guess, as discovery even, because they haven't been disclosed at this point. Let's see where this goes.
Back to Mr. Broderick.
Do you want the notes of her interview with Mr. Broderick turned over?
I don't believe well, we can talk at sidebar.
All right, come on up.
Come on down.
Can you just describe for us, please, Dr. Roth, what Dan Broderick's attitude was with respect to Danny and him receiving therapy and getting help?
He appeared to be concerned about his son's welfare and wanted him to have help, therapy.
Okay. And did he have contact with you? Did he discuss things with you regarding Danny?
Yes.
Was there one particular incident that you recall on an Easter vacation where it was your recommendation that Elizabeth Broderick not have visitation?
Yes, after a consultation with Dr. Sparta.
Okay. Was this a did you make that recommendation? Did you tell Mr. Broderick that you did not think the visitation should go through?
Yes.
All in the Family was mentioned in the chat. Jean Stapleton, fantastic actress.
Without telling us the specifics, can you just tell us what you were relying on?
I don't think so. Your Honor,
Let me, were you relying on information from Danny? I don't want to know the specifics. Was it information from Danny? Was it information from somebody else? Can you answer that question?
You're getting into privileged area, Ms. Wells. I'm a little uncomfortable with you asking these kinds of questions.
Okay.
I wasn't going to answer them anyway, Your Honor.
All right. You find the privilege then?
Yes, sir.
All right.
On behalf of Danny.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for the notes so that I can see them. The district attorney knows that
I have no objection, Your Honor, to him having the notes. It's Dr. Roth.
Dr. Roth, do you have any notes on the Easter vacation incident?
No, sir, I don't.
Go ahead.
I have no further questions.
Ma'am, what's the
So the image I threw up there was Jean Stapleton, Edith Bunker at Studio 54 with Alice Cooper and a bunch of balloons. We'll just put that back up. Saw people discussing All in the Family. Jean Stapleton is apparently a fairly accomplished singer and sang deliberately out of key. Remember when we were young? Guys were guys and gals were gals. Mister, we could use a man like Herbert Hoover again.
name of the three judges that you do?
Objection, I think that's irrelevant.
Overruled.
Judge Kutzner, before she was Judge Sumwalt then, but now she's Judge Kutzner. Judge Pate.
Lady Elaine. Land of make-believe.
I have to think for a minute, Mr. Early, he's dead. The judge that was a friend of J. Edgar Hoover, and I can't remember his name.
I can probably help if that's permissible.
I didn't know J. Edgar.
I can't remember he had a.
Was it Judge Euchre?
No.
I can't help, sorry.
No. I'm sorry. He had a.
Little legal humor for all the legal minds in the courtroom. I don't know why that's funny, but I was talking about Herbert Hoover, the president that was in All in the Family, not J. Edgar Hoover. I don't think they're related. Hoover was just a popular name, and then the vacuums came out and nobody wanted to be associated. Well, I guess they did for a while, and the Hoovers fell out of fashion, I guess.
Large, life-size picture of J. Edgar Hoover in his office, and I can't remember his name.
Can you just give me an approximate date? And probably find that.
1979, of that judge?
Yes.
He was sitting in Department 2 then in domestic. That's going to make me crazy, Mr. Early.
That's fine. And you gave.
Good for you for wanting to give full testimony. She's awesome.
Yes.
Now, what were the names of do you remember the names of the parties with Judge Kunstner?
You mean the name of the person?
Yeah.
No.
No, sustained.
Did you have any background, even though you didn't get any pleadings in the Broderick case, did you have any background whatsoever about that?
Maybe 3 sentences worth.
Okay. Did you know so you knew nothing about them at all, their history whatsoever?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. You knew Judge Ashworth at that time, didn't you?
He was an attorney, yes. I mean, before he was a judge, yes, sir.
Okay, but you knew at that time you were dealing with Mr. Gerald Berry, isn't that correct?
I was dealing with Mr. Berry, yes, sir.
And you knew that Mr. Berry was Mr. Ashworth's partner.
Yes.
And you knew Mr. Ashworth was now the head of the family law court in San Diego.
I don't think he was the head then.
Okay. You know when he became head?
Objection, you're not.
Sustained.
Okay. You knew Mr. Berry fairly well, did you not?
Thank you for the background on the Hoover name.
Not really. I
Not
know
as
him.
big a story
you
in
know him as
Canada.
well. You mean you know him as well as any other attorney? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I know him as well as, there are many attorneys I know much better than Mr. Berry.
And the third session was Mrs. Broderick. Did you?
I'm going to take a quick pause to show you guys one more image here because I don't know if we'll be seeing the prosecutor again, but if we don't, this came from the chat. Her outfit is very much like Lady Elaine Fairchild. Same outfit. I don't know if it's quite the same look. I think the perm is a little tighter on the prosecutor, but great suggestion.
Grant her wishes and not take notes, or did you start out by trying to take notes?
I started out by trying to take notes.
Now, for some reason, Mr. Broderick, you thought that there should not take any notes at all. Is that correct? Because you hadn't taken any from Mrs. Broderick? Isn't that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. It had nothing to do with the fact that he was a prominent attorney that you decided that not to take notes of what he's saying. It's just you wanted to be fair to Mrs. Broderick. Is that what your testimony is?
Not exactly. Quite frankly,
You indicate you take notes at every single session.
Yes.
That's your habit.
that's right.
But for some reason, you broke the habit with Mr. Broderick. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you ever broke it with anyone else?
No.
Have you ever said to anyone else, sir, do you want notes taken or do you just take them?
I never ask anybody. I just do it.
Okay. And that's what you did with Mrs. Broderick. Every chance you got, you tried to take notes, didn't you? You did the first section, the second session till she stopped, and you did it the third session. Isn't that right?
It wasn't every chance I got. I do it routinely.
No, do you do it routinely, or is it Mr. Broderick was different than every other person, wasn't he?
They were both different from every other person.
Mr. Broderick is the only person you're telling me in your career.
And the case she's making is this case was different than any other case. So once I started handling it ad hoc on personality with Betty, I applied the same standard to Dan, which seems fair. She doesn't seem like she's hiding from that either.
Where you didn't even try to take a note. Isn't that right?
I suppose so.
And Mr. Broderick, after those sessions, you remained on Mr. Broderick's payroll. He paid you after that for therapy. Isn't that right?
That's right, Mr. Early.
And you got into a fee dispute with Mrs. Broderick and sued her for money, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, that was a suit that you had that you lost, isn't that right?
That's right.
Okay, and when Mrs. Broderick came in at that time, you had received a letter indicating that Mr. Broderick
or at least there was some argument whether Mr. Broderick was going to pay for this or whether Mrs. Broderick was going to pay for half. Isn't that correct?
No, the letter came later.
Well, at some point in time, you got a letter indicating that that it was the understanding that Mr. Broderick, did you get one from Tricia Smith about Mr. Broderick paying for all of the therapy?
No,
Now, when Mrs. Broderick came in, you indicated that right away she went into the subject explaining how she felt about Mr. Broderick. Is that correct?
yes,
And she talked about being a single mother and about her feelings about Mr. Dan Broderick. Isn't that correct?
yes,
And when she explained these feelings, did she tell you when she was explaining how she felt, why she didn't want to have the children at that point? Did she explain that she didn't trust Mr. Broderick? Was she telling you that?
I don't think she said she didn't trust him.
Okay. Was she telling you at all that Mr. Broderick uses money as a weapon?
I don't know that she put it that way, but she may have.
And did she also tell you that she felt that as soon as Mr. Broderick had the children, that there would be problems in paying for their education, for their child support? Did she
No,
talk to you about that at all?
no, she didn't.
Okay. No mention at all about the fact that that she wanted to settle the matter first, make sure that she had an independent life without Mr. Broderick having the money?
No, she didn't say that.
She didn't tell you at all that Mr. Broderick had, that she was concerned because Mr. Broderick owned all the assets and she didn't have any?
Objection, I missed this, yeah.
I'm asking if she didn't mention that.
Overall, you can answer that.
Did she mention that at all?
Say it again, please, Mr. Early.
Did she mention at all that Mr. Broderick had the assets and that he wouldn't settle the divorce case? And that she thought he was dragging his feet?
No, she said she wasn't getting any support.
Was there any question at all about, were there complaints at all about lack of discovery from Mr. Broderick and he was dragging her feet? Was that brought up at all?
No,
The, Mr. Broderick, you indicated that you called Mr. Berry in regards to Mr. Broderick after you warned Mr. Broderick. Was that because Mr. Broderick didn't show any concern?
no, it's because the police department hung up on me.
Well, you then said you called Mr. Broderick.
No, first I called Mr. Broderick.
Okay, and did Mr. Broderick say that's what she always says?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay. And then you called the police?
Sir, I'm just calling to warn you. I've received this threat. It's, it's my job to. Was it my wife? Oh, yeah. No, she's always saying that. What a fucking response to get to making one of those kind of calls. Wow.
Yes, sir.
And then you called Mr. Berry?
Yes.
Okay. And did you write a letter about having trouble getting a hold of Mr. Broderick, needing another phone number?
A lot later, yes.
Okay. So there was at some point in time where you weren't able to get through to a private number where you could get a hold of Mr. Broderick, is that right? Or your calls weren't getting returned?
When first we practiced to
You want me answer
deceive.
one or both?
Well, answer, one or both, whatever.
I'm going to,
I mean,
Tom had a question.
Okay.
So stay.
Was there a time where you had some problems getting some calls returned?
there was a time, yes.
And was there a time where you didn't have a number where you could reach Mr. Broderick?
The answer would have to be yes.
And was there a time where there was enough that you wrote a letter asking for at least asking for help in that, to make sure that there was some place where you would be able to have some communication, where it was guaranteed communication?
I can't answer that yes or no, Mr. Early. I wrote a letter, but not for that reason.
Did the letter contain some facts about problems getting a hold of Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that there was something about Easter that you were involved in.
The traditional Easter LP gift giving, that was big in the 80s. That's all we gave for Easter was LPs.
Do you remember what day of the week was that? Was that a Friday?
Easter is usually a Sunday.
Do you remember anything, whether it was the last day of school before Easter?
I'm going to have to tell you that I don't remember. It was 4.5 years ago.
You talked to Dr. Sparta,
I remember talking to Dr. Sparta, yes.
and Danny had been treated with Dr. Sparta before he came to you.
Yes.
Dr. Ruth is done with it. Oh, it's warm in there too. We forget about how there's obviously a heat issue because there's the one fan, the stenographer, who's the hardest working person in that courtroom. And everyone else just shows these subtle signs of it. They're doing, like, the judge is just sitting completely motionless. More you move, more you sweat. More you sweat, more uncomfortable you get.
About the sale of her home, or about being in a hospital?
Excuse me?
You talked to her at all about the sale of her home or being put in a hospital?
Those are two very different things.
She mentioned something to me about the sale of a home, but I didn't know she was in the hospital.
The
Assuming facts not in evidence. Yeah, they've got no high volume air exchange, let alone air conditioner. This poor cramped courtroom.
Now you described her conversation about her being when she was raising the children, about she felt that she had worked hard belonging to PTA organizations.
Yes, sir.
And she also raised concerns about the boys being beat up by their father.
She mentioned that. I'm sorry?
Hit by their father.
Mm.
I don't think she said hit.
Yeah, Betty could have been thrown into more of a rage spiral. It's the one thing being a woman scorned, but then not to be dismissed. It's like, don't you realize that I could do everything I'm saying? Nee, you'd never do it. It's not a good way to de-escalate the situation.
She didn't say hit.
Kicked or beat?
Yes, she said that.
You didn't do any psychological testing on Elizabeth Broderick?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
And did you receive any psychological tests?
No.
Is that something you normally do, normally don't do, sometimes you do?
Sometimes I do.
And did you receive any on Mr. Broderick?
None.
And did you do any on Mr. Broderick?
No.
Do you do psychological testing yourself?
I do MMPIs. Anything further, full batteries, I send out.
Okay.
Don't have time for that.
Now, when you told Mrs. Broderick about the process, you let her know that everything she told you was going to be passed along to Mr. Broderick, didn't you? You told her that this was an open, whatever you say here, both sides get to know.
No. I mean, I didn't say that, no.
Oh.
Well, you tell them that whatever she tells you, you report back to the prospective attorneys, don't you?
100% A
No.
to B.
If there is an agreement, all the attorneys get is the agreement.
I will not be ignored, Dan. That was Glenn Close in Fatal Attraction with Michael Douglas playing Dan, who had a hot little affair with Glenn Close and then got his pet bunny boiled.
If there is no agreement, then I write a full report, just as would happen in a full psychological evaluation, a custody evaluation.
And more.
Everything else is kept. If they'd reached an agreement, no one would have known anything. accept the terms of the agreement.
Well, except if there's no agreements, don't you report back you tell her the conversations she's having with you are not confidential? Don't you tell her that?
Wait, I'm sorry, ask it again.
Well, when she came in, Elizabeth Broderick came in and you were talking to her, did you let her know that you were not on either side and that basically the conversation is not confidential?
I don't say those words. I said the first part of I say that I'm not on either side, that my job is to be an advocate for the children. I doubt that I specifically said this is not confidential because the attorneys tell people that. That's part of the process. Most attorneys prep their clients very thoroughly for coming in to see me.
Okay, so that's Victoria says this is the statement to the whole trial. So I'm going to go back and give it the proper listening moment it deserves. We're going to go back 1 full minute, and this could be hinging testimony here.
Back to the prospective attorneys, don't you?
No, if there is an agreement, all the attorneys get is the agreement. If there is no agreement, then I write a full report, just as would happen in a full psychological evaluation, a custody evaluation. Everything else is kept. If they'd reached an agreement, no one would have known anything, except the terms of the agreement.
Well, except if there's no agreements, don't you report back you tell her the conversations she's having with you are not confidential? Don't you tell her that?
Wait, I'm sorry, ask it again.
Well, when she came in, Elizabeth Broderick came in and you were talking to her, did you let her know that you were not on either side and that basically the conversation is not confidential?
I don't say those words. I said the first part of I say that I'm not on either side, that my job is to be an advocate for the children. I doubt that I specifically said this is not confidential because the attorneys tell people that. That's part of the process. Most attorneys prep their clients very thoroughly for coming in to see me.
Well, last time you testified, when I asked you the conversation is not confidential, you answered yes, didn't you?
Never mind then, Victoria.
That's one of the things you told her.
I thought I missed something, so I wanted to go back and make sure. I'm like, shit, statement of the trial. I'll go back and read the chat then. If you missed the statement of the trial, you didn't miss anything. I just misinterpreted the chat. Forgive me. It's been a long day.
I don't recall saying that it was or wasn't confidential.
Yeah. Page 702 of the 29.
It's the Fatal Attraction quote I read.
15 through 20.
And then immediately moved on.
Yes, sir. Got it.
Was that one of the things that were asked that you told her that it was not confidential?
She didn't ask me. What I said was a report would be made to the attorneys. It was the word confidential that threw me.
Oh, okay. So you let her know in basic terms that what is being said, what goes on there, that's gonna go to the attorneys.
If they reach an agreement, the terms of the agreement go to the attorneys. If there is no agreement, then a full report is made.
Okay.
It was the word confidential that.
Okay. So at that point, if there's no agreement, there's a full report made?
Yes.
And did you make a full report?
No.
And it was your feeling that she was not somebody who needed therapy?
Objection, I would should have testified to that.
Sustained.
Well, do you remember when you're going through this session with her, thinking to yourself, this woman needs therapy?
I remember thinking that, yes.
Remember, last year, you remember last year saying that you don't remember ever thinking that?
No, I don't remember saying it. If I said that, I must have been in a very benign frame of mind. I mean, I don't remember having said that she doesn't need therapy.
Remember saying you don't remember thinking that whenever you were asked, did you think that she needed therapy?
At any point throughout the process?
Page 703, lines 7 through 11.
Here's the impeachment with last trial's testimony. Look at the look she just gave him. That was pretty brilliant. She's like, are you really doing this? That was awesome. 3209. So 3156. We'll see. Look at this extended look she gives when he comes over with the testimony.
The process?
Page 703, lines 7 through 11.
So we're going to have fun with this too. Settings, playback, down. Third speed. I thought that was pretty good. Speed.
Read 7.
I read it.
It was sort of an eye roll with a fixed eye. It was almost like she just gave him the, like her eyes were saying, Brian. Like there was a real communicative gaze there. She literally couldn't roll her damn eyes hard enough because she didn't. She like kept them in place, but still executed all the sass of an eye roll. I'm gonna go back one more time at full speed.
The process?
Page 703, lines 7 through 11.
Yeah, that grimace there sets it up. The little smile. Really?
7.
Yeah,
I read it.
I read it.
Do you feel that that's not an accurate reflection of what you were feeling?
Disdain.
Which isn't an accurate reflection.
Well,
That I think so or that I don't think so.
what is it? Did you remember thinking that she needed therapy?
I don't know if I thought it then or if I'm thinking it now. See, I can't unscramble it in my head from what I thought 4.5 years ago to what I'm thinking now. So I don't know how to answer the question.
Bedtime lullabies.
And I take it that when you're trying
I
to
read
think
your
about
comment,
things
didn't
now,
even
you're also
realize your
thinking
name.
about
Welcome.
all the things you've learned about this case since then.
Actually, I'm not. I'm remembering what happened back then. And trying to get through this process.
You remember her asking some conversation about splitting the kids because she felt that there was some problems emotionally with having all 4, with the divorce not being settled?
No, I don't.
Remember her having a conversation at all about splitting the children?
Excuse me.
I can't remember that.
Is that something that she could have asked? Or is that something you would not, that would be something you would?
Objection calls for speculation. She's answering the question.
Stay.
Your Honor, I'd like to show her something, so can I at least do the foundation?
Sure.
Okay. Is that something that she definitely didn't say because you don't remember it?
That's exactly it. I can't tell you that she didn't say it or that she did say it. I don't remember hearing it.
The final wrap-up's a great time to come in. Bedtime lullabies.
Did she talk to you about Dr. Nelson?
She may have mentioned Dr. Nelson's name. I quite frankly don't recall.
I could show you page 704, lines 19 through 20.
We'll do a quick wrap-up of the testimony at the end, so you'll know what you missed, and if you're going to go back and watch any one...
She may have, as I said, she may have mentioned it.
Watch Dr. Ruth Roth. That was definitely the highlight of today's testimony.
Well, last year you said she mentioned his name briefly, didn't you? You didn't say
6
she may
witnesses
have. You said
today.
She mentioned his name briefly.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Gurley, you can't teach on a relevant matter like that. Go on to something else.
Your Honor, I'm trying to test her recollection, as to that conversation. Just 4.5 years later, I think I have a right to do that.
We have the right to do it. Whether she may have mentioned Dr. Nelson's name briefly or not is really irrelevant to these proceedings.
Yeah, stay with us live, bedtime. I'll be talking about that, but I think I've got some viewing suggestions, just like a serving suggestion with a chef's meal. This is a big marathon, and I don't know, it's like eating an elephant. Just take bites. You don't need to eat the whole elephant at once. Judge just sitting back,
Dr.
trying not to
Nelson
sweat.
is a child psychiatrist, isn't he?
Yes, very well known.
Floor fan is on today. This fan that's on, it's on oscillate. So everyone's papers have got to have like paperweights. I know the minute I start talking,
Did
he's
she
going to...
discuss with you fears about the process and about the outcome being ordained?
Yes.
This case was also unusual in that there was no fee agreement, is that correct?
With whom? With me?
Yes, there was no fee agreement in this case, was there? Agreed upon beforehand.
You're right. There wasn't.
And that's very unusual for you, isn't it?
Practically unheard of.
And that was because of Mrs. Broderick?
No, I don't know why it was. I always establish that, I try to establish that kind of, well, no, not try. I always establish that kind of thing ahead of time. I don't know why there wasn't.
And when, after the fee disagreement with, in regards to...
I would suggest that they were so wealthy that it was one of those rare circumstances where she wasn't even concerned about getting paid. It's not like, people coming to you with, she's talking about wearing these Diane Freeze dresses that are, custom, whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if it was something to do with that. They were just so wealthy that for whatever reason, she thought it's not even a concern to get the deposit.
Mrs. Broderick, someone did pay your fees, didn't they?
Yes and no. Well,
Did they get paid from another source?
no.
I have no further questions.
How long are you going to be on redirect?
Not very long.
Go ahead.
She's telling the truth.
Counsel's suggesting, Dr. Roth, that you're perjuring yourself here because you were on Dan Broderick's payroll. Is that true?
Your Honor, that is argumentative, and I would like to court it.
Sustained.
Well, he asked you about being on Dan Broderick's payroll.
Sorry, I'm going to have to read this because Barry Adams is hilarious. Not like sitting in Muldoon's handing out passes to the cookie jar for beer and cigarettes. Nope. No, that's a life that's only meant for some.
Payroll, right? Are you on Dan Broderick's payroll, and is that why you're testifying the way you are?
No.
You feel some need to come in here and perjure yourself on behalf of Dan Broderick?
I don't feel a need to come in here at all. No.
Is your testimony biased in some way because you have some obligation to Dan Broderick or the powers that be?
As well as I didn't even know Dan Broderick. No, the answer is no, I'm sorry.
You indicated that you took notes as the conversations were occurring with Elizabeth Broderick, correct?
Well, part of the time.
Right. And those were part of your file, and that file with respect to that mediation has been turned over for discovery, correct?
To both of you, yes.
Nothing being hidden there against anybody, correct?
No, absolutely not.
And do you recall at this point why it was that you didn't take notes when you talked to Dan Broderick?
You know, I'm trying to remember since it first came up today, and I honestly can't remember. It had nothing to do with Dan Broderick. I just can't remember. I think I was beginning to think the whole thing was hopeless and that it wasn't going to go anyplace. But I don't know.
You indicated that by the time you talked to Dan, you'd already had 2 meetings with Elizabeth Broderick that were fairly unsuccessful, correct?
Yes.
I would say Judge Judy looks sometimes this bored with, but she's also, you can see she's always on the edge of shutting them up. So this judge is much more bored and, doesn't look like he's in danger of making any kind of sudden motions.
Or was there some suggestion that somebody call you up and say, hey, you're going to talk to Dan Broderick, so you better not take notes?
Although, another one to say, the judge is aware. I think it's just so hot in the courtroom. He's just staying super still so that he's not going to, make the body parts move and sweat more. But when the attorneys are objecting to stuff, he just cuts them off. No. Can maybe we approach the bench? No. Just move on. He's in the moment anyway. He's not worried about not understanding what's going on and needing to figure it out in the sidebar.
Of course not.
If Mrs. Broderick said something to you about not trusting Dan Broderick, do you have any idea why she wouldn't want to take the kids then? Does that make any sense?
I didn't know why she didn't want to take the kids.
If she was truly believing that Dan Broderick was beating and kicking her kids, do you have any idea why she wouldn't want to take them then?
Your Honor, object.
Overrule, this proper redirect. You brought that up. Go ahead.
Well, I understand I brought it up, Your Honor, but redirect still means that you don't ask any questions.
Well, she has to focus in the area. Go ahead. That's a proper question. Go ahead. You answer that.
See, the judge is he's not demonstrative and moving around nearly as much as like the Corey Richards judge that kept popping into frame and moving. But his mind is working. He's pretty sharp, even though he's fairly quiet and immobile.
No idea. I had no idea why she wouldn't try to keep it the same tense. No, I had no idea why she wouldn't take the kids.
That sounds a little inconsistent, doesn't it? For her to say, you're not going to talk me into taking these kids, when she's claiming that Dan Broderick is beating them up.
Your Honor, objection. It's testifying, and then there's a yes and no answer. That's legal.
Sustained. That's argumentative.
Was there any indication whatsoever from Danny Broderick that Dan Broderick beat him?
Your Honor.
Is this the privilege area?
I think so, Your Honor.
All right. Do you claim the privilege?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right.
On behalf of Danny, you're claiming the privilege?
Yes. On behalf of Danny, I'm claiming the privilege.
But actually, you assert the privilege.
I'm sorry. Right.
That's okay. For the record, clear. Go ahead.
You indicated that you wrote a letter to Dan Broderick. Counsel asked you about writing a letter to him regarding having some concerns getting in touch with him.
I wanted.
No mannequins
I
today.
don't know what he's talking about, so I'm asking you, what was that letter about?
Now, maybe because there was no evidence that, they haven't gone over to the evidence lady so far in today's testimony. I think she's still there, but maybe it's just, you have to request what exhibits you're going to want to display, and if they don't have a reason to be in the courtroom, then they don't get brought in. But if that was the case, I'd find an excuse to talk about those mannequins every damn day if I was the prosecution.
I wanted to give him a tear-us-off warning. And I wasn't in San Diego. Your Honor, I don't know what to do. I don't know whether to answer or not to answer.
Oh, you can answer that. Go ahead.
Okay.
It was brought up. Go ahead.
I wanted to give him a tear-us-off warning, and I wasn't in San Diego. I'd been contacted out of town, and I was using payphones. And I wrote the letter to sort of cover my malpractice. I wanted to have some formal record that I had contacted him. And that's why I wrote the letter.
Okay. Was there, you indicated that there was some problem with getting in touch with Dan Broderick?
I couldn't get through.
When you were calling on the payphones that
Yes.
you're talking about? When you were involved with treating Danny, did you have any problems getting in touch with Dan Broderick or him getting in touch with you and dealing with whatever needed to be dealt with?
No, this was the only time. And the letter was written to cover my back.
Cover
Sort of.
my ass. CYA letter.
You indicated that when you told Mr. Broderick about the threats that the defendant were making, that he indicated to you that he was aware that she had been making threats. Is that correct?
Yes, he was very non-committal. It's like, oh, okay.
Okay. You'd heard them before?
That's exactly what he said.
And Elizabeth Broderick, in fact, had told you she'd been threatening him for quite some time, right? She said, I threaten the you-know-what all the time.
State
Yes.
witness, Candace, yes. This is the final redirect.
And when she indicated to you that she wasn't getting any support, were you aware of the time that she had a court-ordered support since December of '86 for $16,000 a month? Did she tell you anything about that?
No, she didn't.
Did she tell you anything about the money that she was actually receiving?
No. I don't get into money. I'm not interested in their money.
This is going to cut off really abruptly, it looks like. We've got 20 seconds left in today's video.
I have no further questions.
Recross.
Foreshadowing.
What his basically is.
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
It's been a pleasure.
Okay, so that was today. We'll let the very beginning of tomorrow set up so we can see who's going to be on the stand and what we'll be looking forward to.
Please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Bradley T. Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T.
Exciting. Bradley Wright is Betty's paramour. This is the guy who had the fancy Porsche and the Zach Morris cell phone, the big brick in 1989 or 89, because it's when it happened. This is where we'll be starting tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to do that for the next 2 days minimum. Maybe we'll do it for the Wednesday morning, but definitely for Monday and Tuesday. That said, this video is 5 hours and 20 minutes long. And I don't think I can do this in between 2 12-hour work days. Excuse me. Excuse me again. I think, okay, how long does Brad go? I think what I'm going to do is chop this down into 2 parts. We'll do 2.5 hours each day. And if that stretches the 21-day marathon into 22 days, so be it. I think that's the way I'm going to do it. I can see there's a few different witnesses. What does it say on the comments here? Brad Wright starts us. Amy Wallace, reporter, LA Times. We're going to get some tea. Helen Pickard, a friend. Linda Stout, Dan Broderick's decorator. And Lee Broderick, the second daughter of Dan, that's an amazing video of testimony. So yeah, we will split it. We'll have the daughter testimony on the back end of Tuesday. We'll do Brad Wright and Amy Wallace tomorrow at 12:30. Yeah, he does look like he's a golden boy. This is the guy that showed up in his Porsche, knocked on Brian Forbes' door or phoned him and said, "Hey, Betty came over and I think she's not bullshitting and we better go take a look to see if Dan and Linda are alive." And they weren't. He was also looking for a note. Look at that hair. Look at that hair. Looks like something that James Spader, in between Pretty in Pink and his current Blacklist look. This was one of his transition looks. I bet this guy loved James Spader. All right, so let's go full screen for a little bit just to say goodbye. Just came back to say goodbye. Colin James song, I think. It's a little Canadiana for you. We've had fun. We've made some celebrity doppelgangers. We're all probably a little tired from staying up late. I watched Tanika, Classified Crime, and Summa Cum Loudmouth. I'm probably going to listen to it again as I go back to bed for my shift tonight. If you haven't seen that, all three of their channels were streaming it. I tried to spread the love around and visit channel to channel. It seemed that some chats had, well, it's a good way to chat with everyone that was in all the different groups. And, who's entered the chat? My goodness. Billie Jean has some news for the chat room. In any case, so watch those. You can obviously watch the whole back catalog. My viewing intentions for this is a marathon. You guys shouldn't be watching 6 hours a day, every day, 21 days straight. So pop in, know that this is going to be a place that at least once a day, some of your friends will be here. They'll be there in the chat. You can talk about your own lives. You can talk about the trial. It doesn't need to be focused chat. You can even talk about other channels that are doing cool stuff. It's just going to be just a hangout. It's like a little coffee shop where you can pay attention to the dude who's playing on the piccolo at the front, but you can ignore him. Well, not ignore, but, be respectful. But yeah, that's what I want to put on for the next 21 days. It's just a place that if you're online, you're looking for something to do. Jump in live if you are live. Don't worry about catching up. I try and do catch-ups every half hour to 45 minutes in the video. But it's more fun if you're able to interact with everyone live and react to what's happening on the screen. We'll catch you up. You can ask questions. And then the replay value, you can go back. This will be here as an archive forever. You'll remember that you were here for, days, 6 out of 21 days, listening to an old episode before bed and start hearing your comments get responded to. And so that could be fun too. So that's what I want to do with this. Oh yeah, Cowboy Criminology may be doing his first live this Tuesday. So if you want to be there for another new channel's growth, it's going to be his first time doing it. You guys are so supportive. I couldn't think of better people to finer people to help Cowboy Derek out with his first live stream. So if he does that, look for that on Tuesday night. I won't be able to be a part of it. I'll be just waking up for work around that time. I think he's talking about 10 p.m. Eastern. I think it's an evening one. I think if he does it, he's going to schedule it on the Tuesday, or at least check out his community page. He's pretty good about posting on the community page when he's got something new coming up. So, around 7 Pacific would be 10 Eastern, if that's what he sticks with. So there's Cowboy Criminology. There's the Ladies of Late Night, Tanika, Classified Crime, and Summa. Hear Me Out, I still have to watch his. He's apparently done a couple breakdowns now. Just a Lazy Gamer did a good combo read and summary. Dreadful Penny 2 did a good breakdown. It's kind of double the length of the read, so a little bit more detail into each point. Who else did Daniel Chavon did some great, you always get the vibes of it with following Daniel Chavon, so that's a great place to go for your Sarah Boone updates on the family law trial. Everyone's trying to parse through the numbers and figure out what it all really means. So I know, yeah. Hear Me Out is a accountant as a background, or at least has some background in accounting. So if you're looking for getting the numbers and how they add up or don't add up, that's the coverage to look into first out of those. Is there anything else? Oh, I should close my poll with the chat before I close the stream. Get to that window. Streaming in the poll. Okay, we're at 75% yes. That has varied a little bit. We've gone anywhere from about, I think, as low as 60% more sympathy or able to have empathy for Betty compared to Sarah. Sarah's a low bar, so, if you're going to beat anyone, should be able to beat Sarah. The fact that it's not 100% shows how reprehensible some of Betty's actions were as well. But there's so much room for debate and discussion that it is a lot of fun to be here with you. Okay, I'm still full screen. I've just had to panic that I was muted, but I'm not muted. Okay, so housekeeping. I'm at 929 subscribers. A few more, and I'll be at 1,000 subscribers, which would be awesome. Speaking of awesome, with thumbs up, there is a thumb here to remind you to like the stream if you haven't already. If you know people who like the Betty Broderick trial that watched it with you maybe in the 90s, throw it a share. Let them know that this is happening. I'm going to schedule the stream, and you guys can see it when I arrive tomorrow. If I don't see you online, it's because I need to sleep. I was at karaoke way too late before I was up with the ladies of late night way too late. You guys are the finest. I'm Dan D. This is the end.